But kind of the reason I want to play a little bit shorter is because I've been doing a little bit longer sessions recently. So I think we'll try and cover about 2 years, maybe 3, rather than like the 4 years we've been doing recently. I think sometime soon I'm going to need to just sit down and be like, all right, and just power through a bunch of time. Like, I'm thinking about sitting down and just beating out a number of years in world time. But currently, the fortress population, also, the reason it's inevitable is because, Robotic Ronald, is because my mountain home is at war, which is why it's kind of inevitable that we'll probably get the king if they stay at war eternally. The current population is Eternal, Apostle, Goldpoke, Trash Battery, Black Hole, Axon, Swoos, Gimper, Chimp, Metsus, Anander II, Danny UG, Free, Narvicious, Sethados, Floof, Mad Hijinks, Great Padinsky, Focal Fury, Pablo, Dragonman, Sui, Wave Thrash, Cryo, Cheers Jamie, Polking, Dreadvic, Bastet, Hazard Jeff, Diamond Destruct, Voozle, Brander Buddy, Sparkly, Vinsati II, Smash T, who we fixed mentally. Smash T was purple, like super haggard, upset, sad, whiny dwarf, and is now not stressed at all, which is very nice to see. So that was our goal for yesterday, was to fix that dwarf, and we did. Gate Nerd, Simplex, the Squoid, Darren, Morden II, and Crystal Rose Eve. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit C. I'm going to go select these guys, who is the local Dwarven Hillocks of Veiled Clasp. Is only a short walk away. And I'm going to request Urist, Cog, you, and that'll be enough. And then I'm going to assign Gate Nerd to go do that, because that's Gate Nerd's job, is to go, what did you do? You existed. I was just simply reading off names of dwarves that are alive. If you would like to get me to look at your dwarf, I can do that too. So if you would like to get into Longdeath, there will be an opportunity in a moment because, well, this dwarf's going to go get more dwarves for us. This dwarf being Gate Nerd, who's currently in the military, so I'm going to have to turn that squad off. Oopsies. Just hold that hand. Hold on to that hand, Spitalier. That would be Spitalier the second, I think, because you had a dwarf in here once before. But yeah, if we suddenly did get a king, I could very easily turn a lot of things into like a throne room and stuff. Maybe we should like start like low-key prepping for that sort of stuff. Like this tower here could make pretty nice kingly spot. I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening. We are kind of working on that, but one thing at a time. Then you should be useful. Well, I mean, how old are you now? 4? Yeah, 1 or 2. Maybe 3, depending on how long I stream, the next few times I stream. In the overgrown tower? Yeah! We could just, like, leave him up there and just be like, just stay up there. Anyway, we need to, like, start thinking about that because I have a feeling sometime in the next 100 years we may end up with the king. So that's something that we need to start planning for, I guess. Currently, we're just kind of making rock blocks and storing blocks and doing some more construction stuff, but, you know, it's one thing at a time. How far in the future I'm planning? Well, I mean, don't have too much else to do, really, right? Like, it's very much this fortress is about waiting, right? So, you kind of need to think about 100 years in the future, right? Oh, Jesus. Cheers, Jamie. You've been unable to acquire something. Okay, lack of decent meals. Caught in the rain. Okay. Which squad are you the militia commander of? Okay, you're in the Eternal Guard. I'm just gonna get the Eternal Guard training then. Just go train, because training makes you real happy. That dwarf is one of my best scholars, but also very, very talented swords dwarf. But yeah, no, so it's kind of a tricky thing, because the reason my mountain home isn't sending me migrants is, well, first off, this is my mountain home. It has a population of 50. The Fortress of Trumpet Stroke, which is a brilliantly great name. They've been locked in eternal conflict with this goblin army for about 130 years, and their population's just been dropping. If not hovering awkwardly low for a mountain home. Like, mountain home is like 500 to 1,000 dwarves normally, population-wise, and this is sitting at 50. The two neighboring fortresses of Clobberhammer, which is also a great name, and Shocktomb, also a great name, both have 400. My two local helixes both have 400 dwarves as well, and yeah, it's kind of distressing seeing them at just 50 dwarves. We also have this little fortress all the way up here. And that's the Ring of Corridors, the other dwarven civ. So we also have this fortress all the way up here. This is also our civ, which has 400 dwarves. And then there's the remarkable the Healing Rim guys, which is this kind of area in the middle. This is a different dwarven civ. We're at peace with them. We're pretty good friends with them. Haven't really done too much with them aside from that, but like, who are they at war with? They are at war with the Joyous Devil of the Seductions of Living, which is a dark goblin fortress. And they've been sieging / being sieged by them since year 10-ish. They went to war, and we're now, for reference, in the year 137. So 127 years they've been fighting. It's been a very long war. We've intentionally not taken part because we're a trade hub and we don't want them to know that we exist. And because of that, like just right there, we got no migrants this season. So it's a little bit distressing, I'm not gonna lie. But currently my messenger is just storing stuff in stockpiles, and hopefully we'll head out and go do that mission. Yeah, so Gate Nerd is on this mission, so I'm just gonna make sure that this dwarf goes and does it. Which is what I'm about to do. Not unless they're part of your, not unless they're living in your local helix. So no. So like, if I just go to say this dwarf, or wait, what? Huh. The Joyous Devil actually took over this goblin civ. Or this dwarven civ. Well, that's kind of scary, actually. Huh. Crystal Basins. The dwarven fortress was taken over by a goblin group. Anyway, so if I were to go to these humans all the way over here, I could raid them, but I can't request workers. If I go to my mountain home, I can't raid them, and I can't request workers. If I go to this other fortress that's part of my thing, you can't raid your own civilization. So you can only request stuff from your local helixes. Greenskins on the rise? Yeah, I mean, potentially. It's kind of sketchy. I'm not gonna lie. This dwarf is like taking all of his armor and stuff off. There you go. I'm gonna go make request. Was gonna go make. Okay, you know what? Quit hauling and go do your gerb. You have this fancy job. I need you to go do this fancy job. I realize we just made a lot of clothing and it all needs to be put away, but like, go do your fancy job. If we were to get attacked? If I were to get attacked, my fortress would be safe. I would lose all of my livestock out in these outside paddocks that you're seeing up there, on top and bottom there, the sheep and the unicorns. I'd lose all of that. But the fortress itself, we're pretty well defended. Like, I might make it airtight pretty soon, but we're pretty well defended. And the one thing that's kind of really scary is if we were to get attacked by a flying creature. That could be really scary. I should probably like fully populate my main squad. Like find some other dwarves that would like to, you know, practice martial art, like this one even. Actually, this dwarf might just be tossed in. Swoos might just get, yeah, Swoos, you're joining the Eternal Hammer, the other good squad. But I should probably fully populate my second squad, the Eternal Hammer. The problem is merchants, which I'm requesting from the local Helixes, do not have the ability to join the military. So, I mean, I could move the unicorn farm into the fortress. I could do that. But I don't know. I kind of love the aesthetic of having them outside here. I don't know. Maybe move like... Maybe make a second unicorn farm down in the fortress? I don't know. I could do that, you know. Like, I could very easily put some unicorns in this thing. I don't know. There's a few spots I could totally put more unicorns. I think we traded with the elves. I don't really care all that much. I'm sure they'll be fine. Meat and... I don't even know. Can you milk unicorns? Meat and leather is what I'm breeding unicorns for. Unicorn meat and unicorn leather. Also, in theory, bone crafts, because you can make stuff out of the horns, but... Yeah, it only took us like 60 years to actually get it, so... Yeah, we probably should make a secondary unicorn farm. And just like put overflow up above. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put two unicorn fulls here. Just kind of as a backup, and just make sure that we always have 2 unicorns down here. There we go. Just so that we have 3 potential breeding unicorns up there, and then we'll move them out as they have children. So we'll move the adults outside. Backup unicorns? I mean, you gotta back up your unicorns, okay? How are you gonna protect your data if you don't back up your unicorns? Oh, also, there's a bunch of really loud forgotten beasts in the basement. One yesterday was made of flame, which I don't think is actually... Oh, no, it is dead. That thing. So I guess it's just a smoldering forgotten beast now. Anyway, I don't know if the... Oh, is that the capybara? Yeah. Okay, so I missed it, but the Pulpy's Leap, this was a giant capybara, which was up in a tree in the basement. The flaming forgotten beast set the tree on fire and burned all of this thing, the eyeless capybara's fat off, but didn't actually kill it. Yeah, no, the flaming forgotten beast is dead. I mean, I just found its corpse. It's sitting there in the tree. I mean, there's still the 2 glass ones down here, which seem to be locked in relatively eternal combat. I mean, this thing is pretty mangled and fractured and mangled and fractured and torn open and mangled and fractured and mangled and fractured and dented and fractured and mangled and torn open and so there's that. Here comes a dwarf, restoring my unicorn full. But yeah, no, we are pretty safe. All things considered. If a siege were to happen, we'd be okay. I'm gonna tame all of these or train all of these wolverines and chinchillas so I can eat them. There we go. There's the third unicorn. So now we have a backup unicorn farm. And of course I, should give them a little walkway over here. Sieges are fun, but they're not fun in a fortress like this. So it's not something I want to have happen. If we get sieged, that's going to be a overwhelmingly negative event for this fortress. Because the point of this fortress isn't to go to war. The point of this fortress is longevity and survival. And sieges in Dwarf Fortress, if we start getting sieged, it basically means that I have to wipe out all of the goblins in that civ. And I really don't want to have to do that. I have fortresses that, I'm doing the let's get sieged thing and it's fun, but I really don't want to have to do that here. And there we go. There's our new unicorn pen. Because, the whole point of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years, right? And if we start getting sieged, that's going to be bad. But I'm starting to get worried. So. Yeah, I don't know. Also, man. Why is, Oh. Wait. Gate Nerd's back? Now we get to... wonder... Okay, well, they embarked on their journey. Swoos has become a wrestler. Wonder what the heck happened to, Okay, I guess we need to wait a little bit longer for the merchants to arrive. Feels satisfied about learning about spear. Oh, you picked a spear. Probably a very nice quality spear. You got a named iron shield. And an iron spear. An exceptional iron spear. Oh, graphics amazing? Yeah, Morton's got you. Speaking of graphics, though, with the new release that's coming, because there's a new classic release that's happening soon. There's two things I'm going to be doing. Well, three things I'm going to be doing. The first thing is we're going to be starting a new season of the Day Forts. I think a season of the Day Forts are. My goal for the Day Forts going forward is each season is going to be one version of the game. So from whenever there's a new classic release, or release in general, we will start a new season of Day Forts. And I will play on that one world for the entirety of that version, unless the world becomes unplayable for one reason or another. So with I think we've done a pretty good job on the current season of Day Forts. So the world doesn't get... I don't want to, introduce possible bugs. So day forts are going to be moving over to the new version, and something that I'm asking Cooler to do is I'm asking Cooler to make some edits to the current version or to my current tile set, because Cooler does my art. So I'm going to get him to do a different floor pattern and make the dwarves look slightly different. And I'm also going to see if we can make the walls look a little bit more brick-like and do stuff like that, because I think that could be kind of interesting. Having like a variation on the tile set. So we can have like different versions of the tile set. So day forts are going to kind of move to the new version, and the tile set is going to get updated. The other thing that kind of I had a third thing. What was it? The other thing that I'm going to be doing is I will be keeping Longdeath with this tile set that I'm using. So this exact version of this tile set isn't going to change for Longdeath. It's going to stay like this. And the new version will use that other tile set. So for those of you who watch the stream a lot, hopefully you'll be able to immediately figure out which tile set is which and be able to quickly tell which version I'm playing on, because, you know, we're going to have two different versions of the game running side by side, so it'll be kind of interesting, but hopefully we'll keep it, you know, easy to discern and quickly distinguishable, even though there will be different versions of the game running side by side. So that's kind of what I'm planning on doing with the new version, and aside from that, just kind of hoping that you know, it doesn't introduce any large bugs initially. I'm very much hoping it's just kind of like, here's some balancing stuff, but you never know. Yeah, no, I mean, I will see if I can move it over, but generally, the game, like, generally, fortresses are not compatible, or worlds are not compatible with new versions. I've been told in some cases they can be, with potential bugs, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's also the fun problem of, or not fun problem, but like kind of the neat thing of, oh, it's actually like a legacy fortress because it's playing on a legacy version of the game. It's not playing on the most recent version of the game, which I think is really neat, actually. I think that's kind of a super interesting, weird kind of side thought to have about DF. It's like, oh, well, we're playing on an older version of the game now. And yeah, it's something that I didn't really think about a ton. But because I knew that this version of the game was coming, but I kind of figured it would be out, you know, closer to the Steam release. But yeah, another funny thing about it, actually, is because because the next version is getting stress balancing, Longdeath might end up being on a harder version of Dwarf Fortress. Because if they nerf the way stress works, and if they make keeping dwarves from getting super stressed easier in that next release, there is a definite possibility that this current build of the game that I'm playing on is going to be more difficult to keep large numbers of dwarves sane over a long period of time. It is definitely a possibility that we might be playing hard mode, which I think is kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's kind of awesome. All right, I got some dwarves that, like, don't have spears equipped, so let's fix this. Swordmaster, Wrestler. Swordmaster, Elite Wrestler. Let's go equip the spear. Oh, I just told you to take off your armor. Just wear armor. Best armor available. Don't really care what type of weapon. No, totally. I mean, 44 was the point where I was like, yeah, I will state that the game is kind of difficult. Like in 44, like I'm just gonna look at all the versions I have installed that I played heavily now. Yeah, 44 was really difficult. 47 was perfectly manageable and is perfectly manageable. 47.04, which is the version that we're on right now that doesn't have the, you know, mothers dying over time problem. I mean, we're still in 47. Oh, you're still playing in 47.03. Wait, why are you playing in .03? Is there a particular reason why you're playing in .03? Do you just have a world you like from that generation? But yeah, either this coming Saturday or the Saturday after. I'm assuming next Saturday, but it might be this Saturday. We're gonna do a finale, I guess, for this season of day forts. So what I'm going to do is for the next 2 day forts or next few day forts until the next version releases is I'm just going to re-embark on old forts and check in, I guess. So we'll do a checking in with Arch Roads on the next one. And then on the week after, I will do something else. And then I will make a new document and it'll be the same format as the previous one. And yeah, like a flashback episode, sort of. Or just like, let's see where they are now kind of episode. / set of episodes. And we'll get to just mess around with that. It's a really neat little game, isn't it? And like, it's weirdly simple feeling, and then like, you're like, man, that run was an hour and a half. That game's cool. I really like Rift Wizard. It's a really cool little game. Oh, hey, did Cheers Jamie's mood already get fixed? There we go. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna take a real quick toilet break, and then we'll kind of get back to fiddling with things. I just apparently need to pee, so BRB. If you want Necromancer Apocalypses fast, I mean, you'll get Necromancer Apocalypses fast on this version, too. Also, yay, the game saved, so I didn't miss that much. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what this coming version is gonna look like and what it's gonna play like versus the current version. I'm really curious to see what it ends up being like. Also, I want to ask you guys for some thoughts on something. I'm going to show my YouTube channel in a second, but I got Cooler to make me a generic roguelike thumbnail so I can have, like, a roguelike thumbnail. So if I post a run from a roguelike, so like this or this, it's just going to have that big red @ symbol. What do you guys think of that? I haven't gone back and done it for the other ones. I mean, I still like the Jupiter Hell theme I kind of use. But when I just put up a roguelike video, it's going to have that as a thumbnail. So the older ones that I put up a little while ago, I'm not going to go back and edit. But like from now going forward, when I post a video of a roguelike, it's just going to have that. It's on brand. Yeah, it fits. I mean, Cooler did it, so... I mean, it was just something I got him to whip together for me. I was just curious what you guys thought of it. Because, you know, the puzzles, I think I'm just going to stick with no thumbnails. I kind of like doing no thumbnails for the very one-off videos. I think it kind of makes the most sense to just kind of do one-off videos for those. You think you noticed it? Why is it an @? Someone's a not roguelike player. @ symbols are the player character. It's hero. Like, the hero is the @ symbol. The @ symbol is the player character. That is the symbol that represents the player character in traditional roguelikes. Yeah. Also, I need to go around the top of this with wooden floors so that... I think I'll do that after I'm done trading with the humans, but... I'm going to go around the edge of this with wood planks, wooden roads, kind of like these little roads going around the edges here so that trees stop growing. So that we don't have to worry about hacking them down every couple of years in case we do get invaded. Another way of, like, future-proofing our ability to defend ourselves against invaders. So I'm just going to get all these hacked down. Just kind of in a circle around here. Hopefully the elves don't mind. Yeah, well, DF, I think, has several options for what the dwarves could be. The dwarf could be an @ symbol. The dwarf could be the little smiley face. The dwarf could be a few things. But if you are playing with a pure ASCII tile set, dwarves are @ symbols. It's generally the player character. It's so basically putting a little @ symbol on the as the image on those thumbnails is like the equivalent of putting a buff dude with a shotgun on the cover of a first-person shooter. You know? Yeah, no, I mean, like, OG Rogue uses the little smiley face. But you can also play Rogue with the... Anyway, yeah, it's one of two. Like, either the little dwarf smiley or one of the many other possible things. All right, how far are we into Longdeath? 13%. 13%. Although I could probably speed it up, which I'm thinking about doing. I'm thinking about doing like a week of a Longdeath-a-thon at some point where I do like very long streams of Longdeath and essentially don't do any construction and just let time progress at some point, because I'm a little bit worried right now. And by worried, I mean I'm worried that the Steam version is going to come out before I'm done with Longdeath. And I would really prefer to be finished with Longdeath by the time the Steam version comes out, because there's some other dumb things I want to do once the Steam version's out. Like I want to try and defeat Hell on the Steam version. That's kind of my my plan for the Steam version is, you know, just build a shit ton of cart grinders and other super overpowered defenses and make really long tunnels and spend 100 years building a big epic fortress to then fight off the hordes of the depths of the underground, is kind of something I really want to do on the Steam version. So I would like to be done with this fortress by then, but we'll see what ends up happening. Yeah, and I would like to be finished with Longdeath before then. Basically, I would like to be done with Longdeath by before fall 2021. So we're like 4 months into this fortress. But I have a feeling there will probably be a couple of days over the next week that's gonna make me busy with other things because I'm gonna be playing the new classic version and like messing about with that and seeing what the balance fixing feels like. So I'll probably have at least one other fort running in the background for a little bit, plus the weekend stuff. There's a lot of loud noises outside. It's like someone's using a leaf blower right outside of my apartment. Thought it was the music for a second there. I was like, what? I don't know if you guys can hear that, but it's really loud in my apartment. But yeah, no, I think a lot of people are really excited for the Steam version, and I want to do a big epic fort in the Steam version. It's a lot of pigtail clothing. The majority of my cloth is pigtail. I mean, pigtail is very easy to grow. The hemp stuff is stuff that we get from the surface. I'm not actually growing any hemp. But yeah, no, the majority of our stuff is either made out of wool or pigtail. Yeah, it's... We had cotton plants for a bit, and then they stopped growing for some reason, so I just went back to pigtail. And I did also have a bunch of rope reed for a bit there, but again, same problem. I guess I just need to explain this every couple minutes. Yes, technically we have enemies. They don't know we're here. So we're not fighting anybody, even though technically we're at war. Technically we're at war with the goblins, but the AI doesn't know that we're here, so it's fine. Or rather, my mountain home is at war, but we are not. By what criteria? The ones with the X's. I was about to say with the enter key. But yeah, the ones with the little X's on them are deteriorated, so I'm selling anything that's had any deterioration. The bigger and bolder the X is, the higher the deterioration. So if they have a small X, it means they're slightly deteriorated. If they have a big X, it means they're more deteriorated. If they have a bold X, it means they're like falling apart. If they have two X's, they're even more. If they have two big X's, it's literally like so full of holes it's about to fall off of you, destroyed. So basically, we're selling older clothing. What was dinner, Animal? That's the important question that I need to ask you first. Falco Fury, the mayor, was reelected. Well, he was a gracious mayor. Mac and cheese. Ooh. Anything in that mac and cheese? On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world hasn't changed much. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood. I need to sneeze. It just kind of came out of fucking nowhere. Jesus. Gouda cheese? Ooh. I really like sauteed onions at the bottom of baked mac and cheese. Sauteed onions and garlic. And then spring a little bit of tomato on top, chuck some ham in there, Gouda cheese. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves till next year. We trade again. So yeah, we're just bringing all of our used clothing from down here. You love the way the dwarves dance in the tavern? I love the fact that I can notice that not only are dwarves dancing in the tavern, but like the dance patterns get different over time. It's so neat. All right, so Cryo is in a military squad, who's my broker, who is in the main military squad. So I'm going to need to turn them off for a second so I can get you to come train. Trader requested. And then I can put them back onto trading in a second. But yeah, no, I love watching dwarves do poetry and tell stories and dance and all that stuff. It's all fun to watch. Very much enjoy it. Also, I don't know who does this, but shoutouts to support comment. I don't know who that person is. It's not a bot because they respond to me in other ways, but they basically just go to every single one of my videos and just post support comment. I don't know who it is or who's doing it, but it's weirdly wholesome. So cheers. It's just neat. I have a little bit of Gouda cheese in my fridge. I'm almost out though. It was on sale. Quite tasty. Gouda is pretty top tier. How's ya today? I'm all right. I'm okay. I slept through the night. Blood sugar was a little out of whack when I woke up this morning, but aside from that, doing all right. I hope you're well. Actually, chat, how are we all doing today? Since Bored to Beers asked. And how are you today? Bismuth, Electrum, Bronze, Electrum, Bismuth, Electrum, Gold, Brass, Bronze, Gold. I'm buying like the more valuable metals again because I only have access to silver, lead, and iron, which I could certainly be doing worse. Cured it with some Popeyes. I mean, hopefully it was hungover for good reasons and not hungover for bad reasons. Sometimes, like, being hungover after a good night is kind of satisfying. It's like, I feel like crap, but that was worth it. You know what I mean? And then there's also, like, I just feel like trash. Let me die, please. Just like how it looks like in real life. One of my favorite things to see in Dwarf Fortress is to see a dwarf just being a dwarf and then see a cat run up to them and then run around them a couple times and then run away. It's like, aw. The cat AI in this game is weirdly detailed when you watch cats run around. They run over to the stockpile and catch a bunch of vermin, and then they run over to a dwarf they like and hang out, and then they run elsewhere and do a thing, and then they run elsewhere and do a thing. It's like, aw. I mean, sometimes you just need an excuse to drink with friends, you know? But they don't seem to use it. Do you have a tavern? And what did you set the stockpile as? And do you have alcohol? I know the do you have alcohol question is weird, but also if they drank alcohol without a goblet, cup, or mug, and then you give it to them, they will still have the memory of the fact that they drank alcohol without a goblet, cup, or mug. Do you have an alcohol-specific stockpile? I'm not talking about like a mug-specific stockpile, but an alcohol-specific stockpile. Like a food stockpile that you then select, go to food, and shut off everything but, well, drinks, plant, and animal. Well, I mean, probably just plant drinks, actually. Because I doubt you have mead, but if you do... Okay, make that. Make that. Do that. Make yourself a drink-specific stockpile. Should I do an explanation of that? Food stockpile, seed stockpile. Actually, you know what? Let's do this right now. All right, so I'm just going to quickly explain how to do drink-specific stockpiles, food-specific stockpiles, cooked food-specific stockpiles, and drink-specific stockpiles. So let's start off with just food-specific, uncooked. So if you want to make a food stockpile for uncooked stuff, hit P for stockpiles and then hit F for food. And then you can place it. You can also do this within custom, but I'm just going to do this manually. Hit Q, then select your stockpile. Hit S to pop up the stockpile. Then you're going to use your arrow keys or numpad to go down to food. And then if you want uncooked food specific, hit U, and then prepared food over on the right will go dark. And then go to drinks, hit F, drink, hit F, seeds, hit F. And then they will fill that stockpile up with uncooked, unprepared food. The second stockpile for food that you need to make is a seed stockpile. This one I'll make a little bit smaller because that's a little bit realistic. But again, you're going to hit P and then F for food, and then make it the size that you need it. Hit Q to select it, and then go to this. So this is going to be for seeds, right? So I'm going to go through all of this and hit F on every single one of these. If you need to re-permit them, hit P to re-permit them, but hit F on all of them. Then all you have left is seeds. Now, this is where things get complicated. You're going to back out of this menu and then hit Q again. And then it's going to say ER max barrel 18. All right, well, I'm going to hit E a couple times and remove all these barrels. I could also hit Shift E to just remove all of them. Now, instead of using barrels, they're going to fill that stockpile up with bags. The reason you don't want to use barrels for seeds is because if you're using barrels for seeds, there's a bug or a pathing issue where TLDR, they stack them and they can only take the one off the top. So if you have a dwarf that's trying to take the one off the top and another dwarf trying to take the dwarf the seed from right below it, they will cancel. So instead of taking all of the seeds out, they will just simply try and take the seeds out and cancel, because in order to take something out of a barrel, they can only take the one off the top instead of like anything in the stack. If it's in a bag, they can take anything in the stack, but only seeds can be stored in bags. Food can't be stored in bags. So and then when you're doing food barrels, it's all the same type of food in each barrel, so it doesn't matter so much because you want a dwarves pathing to try and take one out from beneath it. It's just, it works that way. It's Dwarf Fortress. So then the next one is, again, P and then F. We're going to make a stockpile. This is going to be for drinks specifically, because I already did generic uncooked food, seeds, and now drinks. So I'm, again, going to go here, forbid everything except for drinks. And then I'm going to hit U to shut off prepared food. So now that's just for drinks. You want one of those in your tavern, usually. And then the last one we're going to do is just for prepared food, which is just going to be that. Select this. And I'm going to remove everything from this stockpile. Everything, but leave the U for prepared food on. And they will fill that up with finished meals, prepared meals, and do everything. Can I go over the bag thing again? like why it breaks or how you remove them. Because by default, a stockpile like this has 36 barrels set, because this one's for drinks. It says 36 barrels, right? If I want to remove barrels from this stockpile and lower the number of barrels you can place, I hit E or Shift E to remove them. I could then hit R to add more barrels back in. So they won't put them in bins because it's a food product. They'll put them in barrels. Bins and barrels and bags are all different. Bins, barrels, and bags are 3 separate things. So if you set this to 0 by hitting Shift E, they will either put just the plain item or a bag if it's a seed specifically. And then if you want to get rid of these stockpiles, hit P and then X. Press enter. Select them. And there they go. What I was literally just doing there, Diamond, is explaining it all so I can highlight it as a video. So it'll be a video in like 4 days. But that's why I was doing live demo. If you want me to re-explain stuff now that I'm done with my recording, I guess, let me know. Because there's a lot of people that, you know, hang around the stream, the YouTube channel enough to know that I exist, but aren't watching the full VODs. So I'm exporting them all and putting them into, if I go to my YouTube channel real quick, this playlist right here. So these playlists are all little clips like that from my stream, which I'm highlighting separately from the Longdeath or whatever other playlist it's in. To explain little mechanics like that, which is going to be completely obsolete the second the Steam version comes out, and I'm going to have to redo it all, which originally is what I was waiting for, but I had enough people kind of being like, can you please just, like, make tutorials, that I was like, fuck it. How do stairs work video is funny. There's a lot of, like, hand motions and waving in that one, so I guess it's funny. About how wonky it is. It's not wonky. It's exactly the same way The Sims does it, believe it or not. It's just wonky because it's on a 2D plane. So it's hard to wrap your brain around it, but it's literally identical to the way Sims does stairs, which is super simple. It's completely identical to the way The Sims does stairs. It's only wonky because it's in a weird perspective, so it's hard to wrap your mind around it if you don't get it, and it's worded weird. It's worded strangely, and it's... Oh, hey, gold poke became attached to an iron spear. That was fast. Also, did you guys go and equip the right weapons? You should have. You've got a spear. Oh, you need a nice cloak. Steel shield. Uh-oh. Axon has 2 spears equipped. Nah, it's fine. He's just holding 2 spears. He's like 2 chains, but 2 spears. I mean, I don't want, well, so here's kind of my plans for the Steam version tutorials. I'm going to do one big, this is how you start a game and get all the way up to Embark, and then one other, these are like the first 4 things you should do when you make a fortress and how to do them all. I'm going to do 2 videos like that when the Steam version comes out, and then I'm just going to start rebuilding that tips playlist that I have slowly throughout other forts, the same way I'm doing this current one. So there will be 2 big recorded tutorials, but outside of that, I'm just going to keep doing what I've always done, which is don't care. I'm like, if you really want to learn the game, read the wiki, but I can give you tips and tricks and stuff. I don't know. I'm not much of a tutorial maker. I really hope that Krug Smash redoes his Your First Fortress video, but I kind of don't think he will. I need to actually talk to him about that. Because the way he talks about it, or the way he told me, the way he talked to me about it was, I was just chatting with him once, and he was just like, so, blind. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, are you gonna start making tutorials at some point? And I was like, I really don't want to. And he's just like, yeah, me neither, man. I was like, I'm crazy, but I'm not that much of a psychopath to make tutorials. It's like, yeah, it's grueling to make tutorials. Are there any known differences? The non-Steam version won't have graphics and won't have music, or it will still have the old music, and the Steam version will have graphics and music. Those are the differences. Basically, you're paying for a premium graphics pack with the Steam version. Well, I don't know if it's necessarily double dipping. It's more like repackaging for a different audience. You know, like the VODs are an archival thing. The highlights are for people to watch. Like, and this is the thing that I always say about Longdeath and all of the other really long VODs that I upload to YouTube. I really don't expect people to watch it. I don't. I'm happy and impressed when people do, but like, it exists for other things. Yeah, and you support a creator that has given you a game for free for years. So. Although you could support him right now. Like, I give him $5 a month on Patreon. You could go give him a couple dollars a month on Patreon too if you wanted, or directly through PayPal. What was I gonna do? I was gonna, oh right, yeah, I was gonna queue up some blocks. Let's just say 50, because I don't think I have that much diorite. Yeah, there we go. We'll just power through all that diorite. Although my manager's in a squad, so it's not gonna get done very quickly. But you stop pretending to care. Yeah, and that's why, like, the explanations, the highlights are good, is because, like, well, I do it when people ask me to. It's like, oh, can you explain this thing? Yeah, I can explain this thing. And then move on. I wonder, are iron bars the same color as diorite? I think they are. Let's find out. Because if they are, I might make these floors out of iron. It will have a workshop connection. Yeah. We don't know exactly what level of integration or features it'll have. Depends on what Tarn can figure out, but that is one of the announced support things. Like, the other thing is it'll also be on itch.io. In my opinion, like, the main thing that you're going to be getting with the Steam version is easier modding. Like, not that Dwarf Fortress is a hard game to mod. It's easy to mod, but it's kind of annoying managing, like, 5 different installs, and, like, uninstalling mods from this style of modding is kind of cumbersome and finicky. So I end up just, like, installing new versions of the game and, like, just updating stuff. Like, if I have a modded version of Dwarf Fortress, I'll just install another copy of Dwarf Fortress and mod that one, versus, like, bothering about juggling mods. So, like, if they're able to get the Steam version to a point where you can kind of install a couple mods or have, like, multiple mod packs, like, depending on how good the mod support is, that could be a huge selling point too. Just, like, ease of use stuff. What, have multiple installs, Animal? I mean, that's the way to do it. But, you know, like, the way RimWorld does modding is brilliant, basically. Where you can just have multiple packs, like, just on the main menu and select which one you want to do, where it's like, oh, incorrect mods detected. That would be super cool. I don't know if we'll get to that point. Like, I have no idea. But that sort of stuff would be really neat. There's an external program for Minecraft that does a launch. You can launch different stuff for the. Yeah, that exists for Dwarf Fortress too. I mean, it's called Lazy Noob Pack, but I don't know. My biggest hope for the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is that it. And no offense to the people who make Lazy Noob Pack, and Dwarf Therapist, but my big hope for the Steam version is that it makes Lazy Noob Pack and Dwarf Therapist unnecessary. I still see a use for DF Hack, and DF Hack will remain relevant because DF Hack does a lot more than Therapist and the launcher. But if it makes those unnecessary, I think that would be a very, very positive thing for Dwarf Fortress, because a lot of the stability issues come from that stuff. A lot of the crashiness problems comes from having those multiple programs running. A lot of the not lag issues, but like there's a lot of problems in Dwarf Fortress that are exasperated by the existence of those external programs. So I hope that the Steam version nullifies the need for, at the very least, Therapist and the likes. You know, that's my big hope, is that those cease to be necessary. And I think that if we can get to a point where those external programs are not needed anymore, that will be the best possible outcome in my mind for the Steam version. Is that, you know, we get an influx of new audience members, and the wider community ceases to consider those external pieces of software as necessary for the game, because it would be very good for the stability of the game and lower the learning curve. Yeah. Well, the people who like using it didn't need it. That would be phenomenal. I don't know about Lazy Mac Pack, because the Steam version currently doesn't have Mac support, so you're going to have to mod the Steam version to make it work on Mac, as far as I know. I think. Let me double check that. Yeah, no, it doesn't currently have Mac OS and Android support. Or not Android. Why am I saying Android? Linux support. Same thing. Where are all of those migrants? So what's this tower being built? I'm building a tower. I need projects. I'm going to be here for 1,000 years. Like, there's a thought in the back of my head that there's a chance that we could inherit the throne at some point, and if that happens, DF's never had Linux support. Never had official Linux support, anyway. You can play it on Linux. It doesn't have official Linux support. It never has. Which I know is, like, shocking, but it's true. It was funny, actually. I had somebody pop into my stream once who was like, someone's playing Dwarf Fortress and not using Linux? I'm like, well, it technically natively runs on Windows and doesn't natively run on Linux. You can go watch my video on that, Board to Beers.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Yes, but it's not Tarn that makes that, though. It's his helpers that do. Like, Tarn doesn't make the Linux version. It's why the Linux version's always behind. That's not what he said, though. But then am I thinking about the Mac version? Which one am I thinking about then? Regardless, the Steam version is not currently announced to run on Linux natively. That means we're playing on Linux? I don't know about that. All right, I thought that Linux was the same as Mac support then, but. I mean, B-Lug would know, he plays on Linux, so. I don't. It's talking out of my ass over here. Don't mind me. Finally managed to catch me before after hours. It's not that hard. It's like 6 hours of the stream. Hey, Freskin says thanks. Why would you stream it from home? Why would you stream it? That sounds wildly unpleasant. What ended up happening with that, Aqua? Also, in regards to stairs, board to beers, yes to both of those questions. The answer to both of those is yes. I don't think you can play DF in terminal. Technically, it's like running on its own proprietary stuff. I think there was a time where you could, but I could be wrong there. Because doesn't DF technically run on OpenGL? Technically? Now I'm really just like out of my league here, though. I have no idea what I'm talking about at this point. For whatever that's worth. So I'm pretty sure that the colors run on OpenGL. I remember reading about that somewhere. But like I said, I have no idea what I'm talking about now. Yeah. Which is why I really want DF to just add ray tracing support for no reason other than it would just like drastically increase graphics card usage, but doesn't actually do anything. Just so that we can have a RTX on meme. That's all I want. I'm a server style? That's interesting. I'm not sure, Diamond. In text only in the terminal? In Linux? I mean, that's not an option on the Windows version, I don't think. If it is, I've never seen it. Which is possible. Totally possible. I don't think they should, Aquasar, because it's not accurate information. And Dwarf Fortress has enough inaccurate information about it already. Because, contrary to popular belief, Dwarf Fortress doesn't run like shit. Contrary to popular belief, Dwarf Fortress is pretty well optimized for what it is. Yeah, there's some slowdown in really big, crazy forts, but have y'all played Cities Skylines? So, it's not that bad. And just throwing a better computer at it isn't going to make that better. So no, they shouldn't put that in the recommended because that's just inaccurate information. And I know people who play this game on netbooks. Like, it'll run on anything. But if you have a crazy dwarf count, it'll, run poorly on anything. Like, you could play this game on a supercomputer and it would still run poorly. It's like, the CPU I have is arguably one of the better CPUs for this game, the 7700K, because it's a fucking beast in its clock speed. Ask another stupid question. 3 ways. Kappa. God, I wish this would run on a Game Boy Advance SP. Just another reason to bust out my Game Boy. Yo, I'm just gonna shout out a Humble Bundle real quick, because there's a games Humble Bundle. That, Tier 2, it's worth it for Mad Max. And Generation Zero is just fun to run around and shoot things in, even though it ain't the greatest game ever. Not sure about the first tier, and I'm not sure about Memories of Mars, and I know very little about Life is Futile, but... And also the Tier 3 one, World War Z, even though it's an Epic Game Store exclusive, is pretty cool. For $12, that's not a bad pile of games right there. Game Boy Advance game literally, or... Actually, I think it might be Game Boy Color. Anyway, a Game Boy game literally just got kickstarted. Like, people are still making homebrew shit for that. Quite frequently, actually. I still have my SP. I don't have my Game Boy that I had for a little bit. Although I got the Game Boy afterwards. I got it for free from a friend. I'm not actually sure what happened to it. I want to say my little sister stole it, and it just, like, vanished into the ether. Although, when I want to play Game Boy games, I play them on my DS. Or rather, when I want to play advanced games, I play them on my DS, not on my Game Boy. Because the L and R triggers on the Game Boy are kind of tough to use. I kind of thought about trying to get myself one of those, what are they called? I was kind of thinking about trying to get myself one of the analog pockets, but then they all sold out the morning they went on sale, and apparently they only sold 2,000 of them, and I don't really care to, like, wait. And apparently they're going to do another run of them at some point, but it's still supposed to be small. I'm like, you know what, I don't care that much. Because AA batteries were rechargeable. You can get, like, they make third-party batteries for those, so you could totally get another battery for it, though. I like the SP, but it gave me hand cramps. It was like a little bit too small, and I've got pretty big hands. And I remember when I first got it, when I was like 12 or so, really, really liking it. And then I remember as I got older, my hands got bigger, it gave me fucking hand cramps. Which is why I prefer the 3DS XL, size and shape-wise, because that thing doesn't give me hand cramps. Whereas the Game Boy Advance SP certainly gives me hand cramps. It gives me bad hand cramps. It's not pleasant. Yeah, the XL DSs are excellent in the hands. Although I only used one once, but I really liked the hand feel of the PSP Go. One kid I knew in sports had a PSP Go, and I got to use it once, and that thing had a hell of a shape to it. Hell of a shape. Something I kind of I think would be really fun to have, is you can buy a module for module synthesizers that is like comes with a an OG Game Boy sound chip in it. So it's like a module that has a OG Game Boy sound chip. You can also do the DIY ones where you have to rip apart an old OG Game Boy for it. But like if you can find a broken Game Boy, maybe in a few years when I have a space for a soldering iron, I'd consider DIYing something like that together. But Super Rush, you think about getting a custom shell for your GBAs so that you can have a custom nostalgia machine? Yeah, no, totally. I could totally see that sort of stuff. I mean, I still have all my game, like out of all of the old PCs and consoles and stuff, I still have all my old Game Boy games because they're so small. Like you can store a ton of them. Also, the Analog Pocket that I was referencing, this thing. That's the Analog Pocket. It's the thing that sold out like immediately. Although because it's compatible with synthesizers, oddly makes me want to try and get one again. But like the fact that they sold out immediately and they're like, yeah, we'll do another run at some point is like kind of kills my enthusiasm to do that. But I kind of hoped they would just have them for sale, but the fact that they're like, this is super limited is a little bit annoying. The annual tributes from Besti Pime and Nulan Abo have arrived. Your idiotic request. It was an idiotic question. I like that you admit that it was an idiotic question. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. Yeah, no, Analog makes really cool shit. Cutest Ghost. Like, all of their shit's really cool. The group of soaring for the year 137. Let me know if you got it, Stone. Otherwise, I'll screenshot it in a minute. I know that Stone was here a minute ago, but I don't know if he's here right now. I'm just gonna screenshot it. Be safe. I wonder if there are synthesizer modules with SID chips. Probably. There's definitely probably DIY modules. Oh wow, it's all one page. They brought us a rooster. Oh shit. I'm also going to put that horse that they gave us up here with this alpaca. Can keep my goat company. And I'm going to put the rooster. Actually, you know what? Yeah, sure. I can put the rooster in here. Apparently I have nest boxes. Although the nest box is no use for the rooster, so I need a chicken at some point. Yeah, it's over in the Discord. I didn't want to linger on the page longer than I needed to, you know? It's time for me to pour some more coffee. Nice piping hot coffee. You know whose it is. I mean, it all fit on one page, so I was very excited. I also like that you know whose it is, even though it's not labeled. And the outpost liaison has arrived. Also, I just realized I have a 50-month resub to Cringer. It's a long damn time, man. It's a long goddamn time. I really like the way that tower is looking. It's looking really cool, to the point where I want to build a second one around the same size. It's a fucking long time, dude. Such a fucking long time. No, it was literally... I mean, I just popped it over in his stream, which was had to share, not actually hear lurk emote. Because I'm definitely not watching Cringer's stream right now. I don't know what you're talking about. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Where are those merchants I requested from the local hillocks? They never showed up. What the hell? Like, actually, where the hell are they? Guys? Also, how big is this caravan? I look forward to our meeting next year, Focal Fury. Our fortunes rise and fall together. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the wagon got bigger. 3 wagons, 4 wagons. They were down to 1 wagon once, so that's good. Still at war. No more news about the new mayor. Has their population gone up at all? Still just at 50. I mean, clearly their wagon population is busy bringing food to the warriors. Less guards? I didn't actually think about that, yeah. So, last time I did this, one was asking, it's like, what stuff am I trading? The stuff with the X's next to it. Oops. And then the stuff that's labeled as large, because the humans brought it and we can't wear it. got kind of a lot of caps and hoods made out of unicorn leather. Kind of imagining that they're putting the horn on there. Let's also just sell all of those. That's a lot of socks. I could just sell some of these socks. There we go. In DF hack? Because I'm pretty sure that's a DF hack thing. There's a button in DF hack, I'm pretty sure, that sorts them by value. Which isn't necessarily that helpful. It can be. But it'll just sell all your artifacts. I want to know what the trade menu is going to look like in the Steam version. Oh shit, a Forgotten Beast is shredding a Gorlak to pieces. Forgotten Beast punches the Gorlak in the head, tearing apart the muscle and the lower spine nervous tissue. Punches the Gorlak in the head with his right hand, bruising the muscle, jamming the skull through the brain, and tearing apart the brain. I think he's dead. Poor Gorlak. Super didn't deserve that. Also, Diamond Destructor, your dwarf died the other day of old age. Just died of like... You died of natural causes. After living a long, nice, happy life as a dwarf, doing dwarf things. All right, that's it. I'm gonna go request some more workers because they didn't send me workers, which I'm quite annoyed by. I'm not going to bring in Red again, though. Red, you can stay here. I'm glad that you made it happily back. All right. And then... Gate Nerd, go request them, please. Big sad, yes, indeed. Maybe he got lost in the way. Nope. Definitely he's in the fort. He is definitely right here, currently, and about to leave. So we're sending the messenger back out. Something happened. Don't know what it was, but something happened. We'll get item categories for the Steam version. And everything's also going to be easily searchable. You must have, yeah, but I didn't get any notification that it was ignored. And he's already back. There you go. Brought new merchants. All right, so I got some nameable dwarfs in the chat. I know Spitalier wanted Spitalier the sequel. Spitalier 2. 146. How old are they, actually? $150. So they're not as old as the last crew, but they're still pretty old. 160. Okay, you're pretty old. I mean, I got lots of the seconds and thirds. Brahms, how many dwarves have you had? 161. Never mind, they're all that old. I'm gonna go with Aquasar first, because Aqua's never had a dwarf in the fort, and I try to prioritize new folks. I'm kind of doing these one at a time, guys, so there will be multiple comments. Just merchants? Yes, that's all you get. Although they're not actually just merchants now. They can be assigned to anything. I can try authority. But there's kind of a lot of people that want dwarves, so we'll see what we can do. I was out in the rain, and this makes me so grouchy. Deal with it. She is married to Rith, Cobalt Sore. Or he is married to Rith, Cobalt Sore. Why was I saying she? My brain just replaced that. And a faithful worshiper of Shistek. Shistek, a deity of the ignited creation, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with disease and death. Yeah, okay. Personally, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, values peace over war, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He often feels lustful and likes to brawl. Well, hopefully you guys make a baby before you both die of old age. Likes to brawl, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual and lives differently from himself. Often feels envious of others and tends to be passive in discussions. Has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Is quick to form negative views about things, and he's tends to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and is quick to form negative views about things. Occasionally overindulges and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He tends to stretch his body when he's thinking and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And where'd you go, Aquasar? I lost you. We might also get more than just the 4, by the way. You like gypsum, aluminum, golden barrel, cave swallowed tooth, jute paper, and octahedra, and training swords. You like training swords? Windows and plump helmets. All right, well, you like plump helmets, so I can give you farming. Because they start with no jobs, right? So farming, all the hauling, all the other jobs. Let's go leather, bone, weaving, and stone. And let's give you stone detailing and masonry as an extras. Let's do... Oh, your husband didn't show up with you yet. Maybe your husband came with. So the next dwarf is this one, who I'm going to go with... Which means you felt summoned. You got gifted a sub the other day, Erbiger, but... Welcome back. We're going to go with Brahms. Is this Brahms 2 or 3? Brahms. Can you remember? Same with you, Kibbs. How many dwarves have you had? Yeah, real lad dwarf. 3? I'll just take your word on that rather than checking my coffins. He is grouchy when caught in the rain. He's 160 years old and may drop dead at any point. He is married to Thykut Locked Gears and is a casual worshiper of Shishtek, the god of disease and death. His sideburns are clean-shaven and his long mustache is appropriately combed. He personally values loyalty and does not care about fairness. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Has a low sense of self-esteem, but seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. He's not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, does not trust others, and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Often nervous and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason or another. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. And jobs-wise, you like nice silver, emerald, and coffee wood. Giant osprey leather, and giant copperhead snake tooth. We like silver. So you seem like a stoneworker slash metosmith. We'll also give you other jobs. And for crafts... I'll give you pottery and glazing. And bookbinding, why not? I need another bookbinder. All right, next dwarf. Next dwarf is... Lorbam. And I'll give this one to Spitalier. Worships Onol, the deity of the ignited creation. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf not a female dwarf, a female great horned owl, and is associated with mountains. There we go. He has the appearance of somebody that is 146 years old and won't drop dead at any moment. but will in about 4 years. Has narrow cobalt eyes, very large irises, and hair that is dry, and his very long sideburns are neatly combed, and his long mustache is appropriately combed. He likes bismuthite, fine pewter, alexandrite, water buffalo leather, shields, gloves, and rings, and ballista parts, and opah for their coloration. I don't know what that is. And the key of the orange. Personally doesn't feel strongly about the law and dreams of crafting a great work of art. Is dour as a rule and conflicted by this because he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Doesn't often feel... He often feels lustful, there we go, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. Does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and doesn't care what others think of him. And your wife, you haven't had a dwarf in this fort yet, have you, Authority? I don't think you have. They're fish? Huh. Also a word for grandpa. Not gonna check every grave. I mean, it's either check every grave or the massively long list of corpses. Okay, well then it's just Authority the First. So you are married to Spitalier, who actually I should not name Spitalier 2 with the number 2. I should Spitalier 2. There we go. Passively did that. You worship Ashen, who's a deity of the ignited creation, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with Earth. Gotta love that god of Earth. You are grouchy when caught in the rain. You are married and a worshiper of Ashen. You have the appearance of somebody that is 150 years old and could drop dead at any point. And you are one of the first of your kind. She is incredibly skinny, and her hair is straight. Her very long hair is neatly combed. Her slightly close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises, and her ears have small lobes. Her hair is white, and her skin is sandy taupe. She likes crystal glass, orca parchment, battle axes, breastplates, cabinets, and dogs for their loyalty, the sound of the silky intricacy, and the sight of the heliotrope berry. She personally is an absolute believer in the rule of law, and holds the view that commerce is vile and an obscenity, and respects the development of a skill. Okay, so I'm going to do a thing just because of that. Eternal, you're very, very, very good at your job. Like, too good at your job, even. You insta-gib people who come into the fortress. And because it's very fitting to have somebody named Authority as the captain of the guard. Also, because you haven't been in the military for a while, Authority, you're not going to be so strong that you're going to one-tap people in the forehead with your pinky and then cause their skull to immediately explode on contact. So if we give you the job, maybe we'll have a chance to actually save dwarves instead of insta-gibbing them on contact. So yes, she pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking other matters. She can be very happy and optimistic, and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She could be considered rude and does not easily develop negative feelings. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is slow to heal and very weak. Excellent, so she won't immediately kill people. Okay. Weird problem when your guards get too strong. It's just like real life. If you give the cops too much power and too much ability to... Wait a second, this is getting way too close to reality. She generally acts impartially and rarely is moved to mercy. And thank you very much for continuing that gift sub, Brahms. We need to give you fancy quarters and shit, which we'll do. We'll assign all that stuff later. I'm also not going to give you hauling jobs. The reason I'm not going to give you hauling is because we have to haul a lot of boulders in this fort. Hauling boulders makes you weirdly strong. So if I don't give you that, you'll be very happy. I'm going to give you armoring, blacksmithing, metal crafting, and furnace operating. And your side gig can be weaving. And we'll also give you, you know what? Fucking carpentry. Why not? And stone detailing is one other thing to do. Is an authoritative figure who is hopefully as scrawny, wimpy, weak, and unthreatening as possible. But still a figure of authority. Yes. So that's our current dwarves. Let's see if we get any more. Looks like that's all of them. Okay. So Authority gets this office here. And that. Still needs a quarter with a weapon rack and an armor stand. I want to say this is the Captain of the Guard's bedroom. But Padinsky has that one, so we can leave that one to Padinsky. I'm not actually sure. Where did I put the Captain of the Guard's bedroom? Because I did give the Captain of the Guard a specific bedroom, but I can't remember where it was. Let's just find one of these, because one of these will work just fine. There you go. Perfect. Done. And then I'm going to put Eternal back into the military, because Eternal is extremely strong and likes being in the military. But I don't need a dwarf that's that strong. Watch Authority, like, die next year. Okay, so now we're up to 44 dwarves again, which is a bit of a better number. You're basically like Granny Cop, which, by the way, is the newest, best Showtime sitcom. Granny Cop. She is the law of the cookie jar. It's like just a buddy cop show where like the grandma's like trying to stop the kids. It's like a cop themed show where it's just a grandma like trying to keep these kids in line and she can't. I'd watch that. A candy waffle bat one day. I mean, I just don't assign them weapons. I don't have any hammers in the fort. Literally, like it's not the fact that my hammerers have weapons. It's that they're like here. I'm going to show you Eternal, okay? First off, I'm going to put Eternal into the Eternal hammers so Eternal can go train. But this is just from hauling boulders, to be clear. Basically unbreakable, absolutely inexhaustible, unbelievably strong, and almost never sick, and extremely agile. Just boulders. That's it. They train like Dragon Ball characters. They're just like bench pressing boulders. It's like, fuck weights, just like, here, have a ball of granite. Like, you pull a granite boulder. So, give them a copper toy hammer. Just don't give them a hammer. Just let them punch things. It's fine. I'm going to go pull my insulin out of the fridge real quick. I'll be back in a moment. actually had a combat log that was literally one punch dwarf, which was my dwarf Eternal specifically punched a dwarf and punched him so hard. I want to say it was picture point, but literally hit him once. On the combat log was punches the dwarf punches the dwarf in the head, and it crushed the brain. They literally just punched him in the head, part exploded into the gore, crushing the brain. That was it. It was literally one line of text. It's like actually ridiculous how strong these dwarves are. Apparently the way to get ridiculously buff dwarves is to just get them to carry a lot of boulders around. That's just the way you do it, apparently. Only if they were born before the world began. So, any dwarf who was born before time began, yes. Most of the merchants are, but like Brander Buddy is 66 years old, born on the 23rd of Moonstone in the year 71. Because he was born in the 23rd of Moonstone in the year 71. In this fortress, the daughter of Eurypterus and Euthyrus. And is currently pondering foraging behavior, right? So dwarves that were born in this fortress. Also, hi, Focal Fury. Our glorious mayor, who is 157 years old and one of the first of his kind, was born before time began. Or rather, before the current calendar began. And has one child, Simplex. And he's married to Sui. After sentencing Sui's husband to death. I wonder if Sui's aware of this. I don't think I've told her yet. I'm not entirely certain that she knows that happened to her dwarf. Poor hot cup of tea gets murdered and his wife gets married. It's like some sort of like YouTube meme stuff where it's just like, I'm gonna steal your wife. Eurist McStole your wife. Oh no? That's where you say oh no? Did I don't know. It was a little while ago. How old is your dwarf? It's probably still the same age your dwarf was when I read it at the start of the stream because we haven't rolled over a year yet. So 4 or 5, depending on whether or not you've hit your birthday yet. You didn't ask at the beginning? Yeah, but you asked how your dwarf was, and I read it out, and I also read the age of your dwarf while doing... Anyway. I already read it out today. I'm just saying, if you paid 100% attention to the stream at all times and never lost focus at any point, you would get all this information the first time without having to ask a second time. How's your little one doing? Well, your little one isn't a little one anymore. Your little one is a grown-ass adult. It has been a grown-ass adult since the day before yesterday, I think. I'm convinced that like a young adult dwarf would be kind of like a young adult human and be like, I'm 20! You can't call me a child! And then everybody who's like older than 20 is like, heh, child. Adorable. Okay, Baka. But Free, your dwarf is pretty happy. Still kind of similar in the mindset to yesterday. Not much has changed, I would assume. Yeah. Reading a lot of books. But I have big hopes for Authority. Actually, I wonder if Authority got happy moods after getting that position of Authority. Yeah, that's what I said. You're a grown-ass adult. And you were for most of yesterday, too. We talked about this yesterday, and you were like, oh, I'm an adult now. I remember this. I mean, your husband was telling you stories about this fortress in the tavern yesterday, which was kind of a cute moment. It's kind of cute. It was kind of cute because it was just Bastet and her husband, Jeff, and they were just hanging out in the tavern, and Jeff was telling stories, and I looked at what stories Jeff was telling, and they were stories of how this fortress got founded way back when. Why can't I find iron? I keep flying past it at some point. On the next page, I think. Yeah, there it is. What? Hold on. Let me actually check. Are you being a good wife? And before you have 3 boyfriends. Okay, no, not quite. But you do have a close friend who's Cheers Jamie. And you're friends with Vocal Fury. Be wary. He might steal you. And Morden, your only son. Should do some more of those. Make some more kids. You're friends with you're passing acquaintances with the Royal Treasurer. And you're just there nodding your head. Sounds like real life. Can I get you a boyfriend? You gotta do that yourself, Freeways. Unfortunately, I have no control over your sex life. Or fortunately, I have no control over your sex life. You do have one close friend, which is Danny, who is already romantically involved with Smash D. So, good luck with that. Also is 77 years old. Slightly older than you. I don't know if dwarves care about age much. Good luck, Freeways. Go see if you can swoon that young dwarf. Ask Vocal how to do that. I mean, I don't have anybody to accuse of crimes right now, so that would be kind of difficult. Got a bronze breastplate. I think I need to make some armor. There we go. An exceptional iron spear. Iron breastplate, 30. Iron helm, 30. Iron gauntlets, 30. Iron mail shirt, 30. Iron greaves, 30. Iron high boots. I think that's everything. Am I missing anything? No, Authority. You're not a 70-year-old dwarf. I don't know where you heard that. You are 150. Not 70. Oh, wait, no, never mind. You're talking about that a different dwarf who's 70. My bad. Misread. Okay, manager, I'm going to let you go manage work orders. I kind of am looking forward to somebody committing a crime so we can find out if dwarves are still going to get insta-gibbed. Be interesting. Okay, we can get that squad training again. And we're going to get armor going. We are getting armor going. So we've got Jeff's working on breastplates. And that'll be good. Yeah, I missed the bit where you were talking about Danny. That's kind of my bad. Let's remove bins from this stockpile. Hello again, Novi. I'm kind of half watching Cringer playing that Dyson Sphere program game. And god damn, it looks pretty. It's nice to see games with bright colors, you know? Bright cartoony colors. It's just it's so refreshing. Still don't think I'm going to play it, but I'm hoping it's a game people stream a bunch because it's a game I wouldn't mind watching. Equipment mismatch. I feel like I've got a few dwarves that are like trying to pick up multiple spears. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, okay. You're the one who's got you got 2 spears. Let's get rid of that. And Wave Thrash, you don't even have one. What? Well, let's just give you spears. There you go. Iron Spear, individual choice. Iron Spear, perfect. So anybody doing anything over the weekend? Anybody got any plans for the next couple of days? I think I'm watching a movie tonight with a friend. But outside of that, it's just not doing anything until, well, Sunday, I guess. I'll go over to my parents' house. Trying to just kind of sustain right now because my province has been in lockdown officially since November 7th and are still in lockdown until February 7th. But I'm expecting them to just continue kind of indefinitely extending that because it certainly seems to be what is happening right now. Like every single time they just extend it. Also, Spitalier, I don't know if you were here, but you have a dwarf and you're married, I think. Yes. You're married to Authority, who's now our captain of the guard, by the way. And you don't feel anything after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. And you were interested after watching performance, but didn't feel anything due to inebriation. You also didn't feel anything while annoyed at the lack of dining tables, and you didn't feel anything after eating a fine meal. You're picky. Want to drive through the dunes? That seems like a nice way to escape. Speaking of dwarves that don't feel anything, how's our other new dwarves doing? Also, I was totally wrong. I thought Diamond Destruct died. Apparently not. Sorry to give you false information, Diamond Destruct. Aquasar, satisfied at work, euphoric due to inebriation. No, you're not a lady this time. You're the man in the relationship. You're the hubby. It's your wife who's Authority. Yeah. A little bit. I'm kind of wondering, like, are you used to tragedy? Like, you just don't feel anything. Interesting. Self-imposed lockdowns aside from grocery shopping or picking up food? I mean, restaurants are open here, and large restaurants that have large capacities still have sit-down service. It's all good, Spitalier. There's a lot of text, and I move through it pretty quickly. I don't actually realize how quickly I play this game until I watch my own VODs, and then I'm like, whoa. But yeah, anyway, where was I going? Right, yeah. So certain restaurants are open if they're big enough, but currently right now it's very much you're not technically supposed to see anybody. You're not supposed to walk outside in groups. You're not supposed to gather in groups. We're not supposed to have anybody over. Unless they're part of your bubble, and your bubble can have a person from one other family, basically. So it's like, the only reason I'm allowed to have other people in my bubble is because I live alone, so I'm allowed to have one other family bubble to be in. So the bubble that I'm in is technically my mom and dad. So the only people I see are my mom and dad. It's fine, except that like a large portion of the population in BC are just completely ignoring it, from what I can tell. Like, for me personally, it's not really an issue, but I don't know. It's frustrating. It's frustrating when people just like blissfully ignore all of the rules. 109 years old, unmad. Would you be any good in the military? Inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. Very calm, finds humor in most situations, can be caught up in internal deliberations, moved by art, natural beauty, dislikes the natural world, can be considered rude, quick to anger, isn't particularly curious about the world, slow to trust others, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. Because being a lawyer sucks. So in order to be a lawyer, you have to, go to school for a really long time and read a lot of books. So you're paying him for the fact that he went to school for a really long time and read a lot of books. Are you guys doing okay, though? Also, chat, could I get a round of beers for Scotty? Because Scotty's having a rough week. Just in general. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds kind of cheap. Like, that seems kind of reasonable. Also, Infinity Simplex needs ad-free viewing if anybody's feeling generous. So that dumb Twitch ads don't break stuff. Okay, yeah, see, that sounds a little bit more normal. Because he's a friend of a coworker. I hope you guys are gonna be okay. Like that's always my big fear when I hear about stuff like this happening, and like I don't want to just say, oh, you know, I constantly hear about people getting divorced, but like when I hear about that sort of stuff happening, and I've seen it enough through Twitch, like families going through that. Always my biggest concern is just like, I hope you guys can afford that financially, because getting divorced ain't cheap. $1 is knowing how to do the task right for you. $3,099, obviously not to the exact of your knowledge, but the experience on how to do something is why things cost. Yes, exactly, Full Clo Fury. But hi, Chico no Brico, how we doing? It's good to see you. Oh, no, it's fine. It's Infinity. Yeah, no, it's that sort of stuff always just sucks when I hear about it. Hope you guys will be okay. But at least they gave you the $2,000 discount and are letting you guys pay slowly. It's one of the big reasons I'm real happy me and my ex didn't get married, because we were supposed to, and I had this weird feeling we wouldn't have lasted very long the way she left me. Because she was always the one pushing for marriage, and if that shit happened, like, oh my god, having to pay for a divorce lawyer would have wrecked me completely. Fortunately, it wasn't something I had to do, but I'm actually just going to remove all these. So it's kind of an experiment, but I don't think it works. Let's just set a single table as this dining room. Yeah, still gotta likely pay 1,500 to 2K up front. Even with a slow, you could get, you're not sure if worth. I mean, like, do what you gotta do, right? Ambivalent after putting on an exceptional item, but satisfied after teaching biting. I too am satisfied after teaching biting. I mean, if you can get better representation, get better representation. You know? I mean, I've had to deal with lawyers in the past, and it's not fun. Don't have to deal with lawyers if you don't have to. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Yeah, that's not gonna work.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Nuclear vessels.
It's the nuclear vessels. That's the first thing I hear when I put my headphones back on. Although that is way too amusing to me when that happens, Vin. All of that armor getting made. It's refreshing. Hope I have enough charcoal. Should queue up 300 charcoal. Literally was just, I'm like, I hope I have enough charcoal. The second I said that. But yeah, Scotty, if you have to drop this sub at any point, I get it. Do what you gotta do. Just please don't make the stream a burden financially. I always find it kind of concerning when people talk a lot about financial hardships or problems financially, and then on the flip side, just keep the subs running. It's like, just if you have financial problems, please don't give me money. Like, I will be here and you can watch the streams with or without a sub badge. It's all good. This is interesting. I don't believe I've ever seen a dwarf. I noticed this yesterday, but I didn't really say anything. I've never seen a dwarf store a gem in their room before. But Metsus, who owns this bedroom, has claimed this turquoise gem as their own and stores it in their bedroom. May drop all but one. We've got a few. Yeah. I mean, there's been a couple times in my life where I've had to drop all of my subs, and usually when I have to drop all of my subs, I drop all of them except for Cringer and Cat. Those are the two that I keep up. Or Cringer, Cat, and Billionaire, rather. Usually I swap the one on Cat over to Prime, though. They must like gems, but I've never seen them do that before. Like, I've seen them hoard food, clothing, crafts, figurines, everything else, but I've never seen gems. And that dwarf definitely likes turquoise, and there's a turquoise cabochon in there. Before they claimed it? No, because if I select the gem, it states the owner. Owner, Mensis Graven, Craftsdwarf. Heck, maybe even he made it. It's just a large, round, turquoise cabochon. I think that's interesting. Because, like, if you select a piece of clothing, it's like... Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, it's like well-crafted sheep wool hood. Owned by Chimp. Stop eating ketchup. It's true. But no, there wouldn't have been a gem up there. That's not how it works. Because there would, I can tell you right now, there wouldn't have been one up there. There's no way there could have been a gem there. Making charcoal is a busy task. All those dwarves just busily burning away at that wood. Love to see it. Gotta love it. I'm seeing all of the dwarves pick up their iron gear, which is also nice to see. Focal Fury is working hard, doing a lot of the armor making. Speaking of, we do have a mandate. I can't export enormous corkscrews. That's okay. Retrieving edible things. Edible things is indeed important. Speaking of donkeys, did you know that our friend, Chef Gordon Ramsay, now has a mobile game? And did you know that they offered to sponsor me? Got that email this morning. I won't say how much they offered, but it wasn't anywhere near enough money that I'd be willing to do it. It's literally just a Android Match 3 game. Like the most basic bitch Candy Crush style Match 3 game ever. Doesn't even have like his voice in it or anything. Maybe. I doubt it. They're probably because it came from a company that spams me with, "Hey, stream this mobile game." Although there would be a very small part of me that would be like, what if I streamed and just memed the shit out of it? But like, nah, I got better morals than that. By the way, if you want to have access to those sound commands that you see people throwing around, $7 a month on Patreon, or $10 a month on Twitch. Or you can subscribe for a whole year on Patreon and get an 8% discount.
No!
It's like $76 or so. No? No what? Supports the stream directly and gets you those sound commands.
The best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
And every now and again they go on like this spree where they just use all of them back to back. Like right now. Although you guys are doing a really good job of timing these without like canceling each other out, so good job so far. I'm actually very impressed. Dejected after being unable to take it easy for so long. Wet noodle? I mean, sometimes you just got a wet noodle. Sometimes wet noodling is the only option.
To get at the nut.
What are you legendary at, Coldpoke? Oh, a legendary observer. Would you look at that? On the wall? Mostly just random images of dwarves. None of them are really worth looking at. Most of them are just dwarves holding up masterworks. This one's pretty great, though. This is an exceptionally designed image of a horse by Eternal. The horse is falling. The artwork relates to the collision of a horse with an obstacle in Longdeath in the mid-autumn of 31. I like that one. Then it's just like, grates, a lot of dwarves. There's one of some plants. There's two of snail people, and there's one of a snail. A bunch of them are images of bolts, which is the image of our civilization. I'm actually just going to make some engravings along here, too. Should just do some more random spots with engravings. Just to let some dwarves go do some engraving. You don't want to do too much in case you decide you need to knock the walls down later, but you had a baron with an interesting behavior. With his own mausoleum, and one day he brought a mushroom and placed it on the floor. A week or two later, he came back for it, took it to his dining room and ate it. Huh. Wanted to make it warmer? He was cooking it, perhaps. So it's like a dwarven long-acting microwave. Did this dwarf do this multiple times, or was this a single action oddity? Wait, what? Huh. That's incredible. What about in Gift Vault when I had an image of smooth pebbles? Good job, Sparkly. Or what about when I had my king show up and the king was a goblin with dwarven history, only ever lived in dwarven factions, was named like a dwarf, had adopted dwarven parents, and every single bit of the goblin's description read like a dwarf, with the exception of holds craftsmanship to be of the highest quality or of the highest importance in life, and the fact that he was green. That was the only giveaway that it was a goblin. Everything else about that description looked like a dwarf. Which is kind of awesome. Got 2 spear dwarves that need to become spear masters, and 1 marks dwarf that needs to be a spear master, and then 1 elite wrestler who needs to not be a wrestler. But has a spear equipped. Yeah, I would say that would be a weirder thing if it was a single occurrence. Or if it was a repeatable thing, Vin. But they will store food that they plan to eat later in areas that they own. And because the dwarf owned that mausoleum, it's perfectly reasonable for them to store food there. Like, I have multiple bedrooms here that just have food sitting in them, like this one. You know, it has, well, that's a withered asparagus because they didn't eat it quick enough, but like, I know, I can't find any. I had this one dwarf that would like fill their bedroom up with strawberries, who's unfortunately dead now. But this one dwarf, their bedroom was always just full of strawberries, which I always thought was very funny. I also had a dwarf for a bit who also recently died of old age, who would fill their bedroom up with melons. And then go into their bedroom to eat the melons. Why are you the only green dwarf? Well, or why is Mad Hijinks the only green dwarf? Because Mad Hijinks is a hunter by trade and has 49 kills. So when I added them to the military, they turned green because they're technically a Marksdwarf, although they're learning to not be a Marksdwarf. What, the dwarf that had like 20,000 socks? I mean, that dwarf died. Good riddance. It wasn't quite 20,000, but it was a good large number of socks. Although sock dwarves are like weirdly common. That happens quite a bit. Socks are a pretty common thing that dwarves like. Oh, the goblin, right. Well, probably knew that they were a goblin. Goblins seemed to be very integrated into that faction, though. We had traders that would show up from the Dwarven Civ that were goblins. Like, goblins seem to be very heavily integrated. You know, Spitalier, now that you mentioned that, I really want to see somebody have a elven mayor and then suddenly become the capital of an elven civ. I really want to see that happen now. It's like they have an elf in the fort, elf gets elected to mayor, and then immediately they become like capital of an elven civ. I'd love to see that happen. Swoos has become a spearmaster. Good stuff. I like how easy it is to make dwarves super happy about just being in combat. Like, if they enjoy mastering a skill, they just by default basically just adore being in the military. Oh no. I don't want to think about that, Diamond. With your king, can you still inherit the kingdom? I don't know. That's all I can. It's really hard to start a civil war with your own faction, unless you like go killing. Unless you're like raiding dead forts or for artifacts, which I've done, or if you're killing trade caravans. I don't know. I do not know. Probably. If you have no dwarves in your fortress, it's everybody is dead and your fortress is withered. Goodbye. You're done. So if all of your dwarves are dead or gone, then I mean, in theory, you could have like only goblins, but that would be really difficult to do. You'd have to have a lot of visitors, and they'd need to all have to petition for membership, and then you'd have to accept them into your fort and then expel everybody else. Which you could do in theory. But no, there was also a bug for a while where if every single dwarf in your fortress was a were creature, when they'd all turn, it would count as having no dwarves left in the fort because they're all berserk were creatures. And then you'd instantly lose. Goblins don't have steel, they have iron and copper. I don't know, I'd be totally fine with suddenly becoming the mount, or I guess the fortress in charge of a goblin civ. That would be really cool. I wonder, actually, if your fortress becomes the leader of a goblin civilization, I wonder if the demon from the goblin civ could just show up and hang out. I wonder. I kind of doubt it, but I wonder. And shoutouts to the people who disliked this morning's upload of Longdeath. Your monarch has arrived, which is a with a monarch butterfly demon. Yeah, right. I mean that I don't know. I've never seen that. Probably not, I would assume. But like maybe. Because technically goblin civs are like captained by their, well, if I go to say the Joyous Devil, they have Neguslu, who's the High Executioner / Goblin Pikeman, Neguslu Utaraxinodo, who's the Royal Counselor / Goblin Dyer, and then the Marshal, the Goblin / Goblin Recruit Dengdaba. And then you have Kedsum Oksuazu Tanarasodoteb, the Master, right? So it's like the Royal Counselor would be basically their king, and then the Master is the demon who commands them. So, I don't know. It'd be weird. But now my curiosity is piqued. I'll put it that way. Every now and again, like, I'll think of something in DF and I'll be like, man, I wonder. But it's like, that's part of the beauty of DF, right? Is like, there's things that are probably mechanically possible that have probably literally never happened. Or, like, so many responses to, like, is this a thing you can do? Maybe? Question mark? Like, I don't know. Maybe? Like, can you do this thing? Yeah? You can make expeditions and travel, but you don't actually see the locations, so you can send people out to places, and then they come back and give you reports based on what they found. I'm not doing that in this world because I don't want the other factions to know where I am. But yes, you can do that. It's a planned feature at some point in the future. We'll be able to see where they go and actually, like, control them around and stuff, but have I ever gotten to the age of fairy tales? Not outside of world generation. I've seen it pop up and disappear in world gen. I had a large world that I was generating once that's set to Age of Fairy Tales for about half a second and then went to the Age of Darkness, which is just everything is dead. But outside of that, no. Hops, what up, dude? It's good to see you. But the really cool thing, Tetris Law, that you can do in Dwarf Fortress that you can't do in RimWorld is you can have a dwarf, have a fortress in a world, and then you can go make a new fortress in the same world, and dwarves from the previous fortress can show up as visitors, invaders, traders, migrants. All right, so spring has arrived. How many dwarves do we think are going to die of old age, chat? First time watching you play a game. I have deemed you an entertaining person, and I shall follow. My YouTube channel can be found by typing !YouTube or vid or just scrolling down. But there you go. That's my YouTube channel. VODs go up there primarily, but sometimes edited stuff goes up there as well. Please not you. I mean, could be you. I don't think anybody died. But a human merchant has arrived. It's just time to trade. Or not trade. Get our annual tribute. They brought a weapon. Looks like a training weapon, though. Could be made of bronze, though. Or copper. Probably a training weapon. The 7 dwarves appear mysteriously out of nowhere. A cat did die of old age, though. Which means we're now in the year 138. But how did you end up in the channel, if I can ask? Minokilus. Probably totally butchering that. 25 wine? How kind. A peachwood amulet? Ah, yes, an oaken training sword. Just what we don't need. 5 cow cheese. 1 white stork leather hood. Copper puzzle box. 1 peachwood amulet. 2 alpaca wool socks that are too big for us, most likely. Yeah, that sucks, Hops. Well, it doesn't suck. I mean, saving money is good because whatever you're saving money for, once you've saved the money, it's incredibly rewarding. You know? Like I've been meticulously saving money for the last 2 years, and now suddenly it's like, well, I can invest in synthesizers, and it feels really fucking cool to be able to be like, and just like staring at synthesizers and being like, all right, what toy am I gonna buy here? It's been fun. But at the same time, it's kind of like scary as a streamer to talk about being able to save money because there's this weird paranoia, and it's probably completely unfounded and has absolutely no logic, but I'm not gonna lie, I get genuinely paranoid that if I talk too much about the fact that I've been able to save money, or the fact that I sold some cryptocurrency to be able to afford to do this, I'm very paranoid that if I talk too much about being able to save money, that people are going to stop supporting me for some reason, and I don't know why. You derailed the stream convo? I wouldn't say you derailed a thing. This whole stream is about being constantly derailed, so how can you derail something that's been so derailed for such a long time that it doesn't even matter? How you doing, though, Hops? It's good to see you. Save money. It's important. You will now not send me money? It's up to you. The stream is free. The show is free. What we testing? Hops. Also, hello, Lord Tom. Thanks for the follow the other day. We watched this militia captain run around. How is your training going, Dwarf? An exceptional iron spear. I'm sure that your skill in Speardom will pass your skill in marksmanship pretty quick. Marks dwarfship, I guess. Accomplished spear dwarf. There you go. But legendary fighter. It'll take a while to surpass that. That sounds support worthy. I don't know. There's just this aura that a lot of streamers give off of being constantly broke. Like, I've certainly been to channels before where they just have, like, a bunch of different goals constantly and are always talking about how they need money. And I kind of look at that and go, like, are you just financially extremely irresponsible or something? And, like, not going to name any names, but I definitely know people who have gotten, like, relatively extreme amounts of support from their audience, and they seem to magically never have any money. And it's always confused me a little bit. Like, maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe people have outstanding debt or something, but, like, maybe people's cost of living is way higher than mine, which is probably the case. But it's still, like, how do you manage to get thousands of dollars in individual days in tips and still not have money for rent? People are greedy. They want to feel good by helping others who have less, telling them that you're doing better or good enough, and then people cannot get that good feeling when they help. Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm sure there's like an element of that. Probably spending everything on VTubers and OnlyFans, and I mean, I know someone who doesn't stream anymore, or knew somebody who doesn't stream anymore, who literally spent all of his money at the time on arcade cabinets. Ooh. Arcade cabinets and pinball machines. It was like thousands of dollars to build this in apartment arcade, and then was just like, yo, I don't have like money for rent. People were like, sell your fucking arcade machines and brand new pinball machine you bought. And instead he put up like a GoFundMe and just eventually had to quit streaming and went and got a job. The forgotten beast, Rorast, has come. A great blob composed of ash. It has a broad shell and a bloated body. That's a very weak forgotten beast, and it immediately disappears. Oh, there it's back. Probably gets slapped by a troglodyte at some point. Is the son of the fire forgotten beast? More like the fire forgotten beast just like shat out this thing. From spending everything. I feel like I know people like that, Lord Tom. I'm like the opposite of that. I'm an obsessively frugal person to the point where I bother myself. Like, I get annoyed with myself because of how frugal I can be. Like, there's times where I'm like, I really need this thing. Like, I really need something. And I'll put it off for 3 months before finally buying it because I'm like, I need this thing. Like, I need an extra like I've needed an extra charging cable for my phone forever, right? Because I only had one. It's a USB Type-C. Nothing else in my house uses, or in my apartment uses USB Type-C. And I kept thinking, like, man, I need another cable for this phone. Like, I would always look at it. I'm like, and the charging cable for it's just getting more and more and more gnarly slowly. And every time I'm like, man, I need another charging cable. Fuck, I need to get another. God damn, I need to get another charging cable. And I never would do it because I'd always look at charging cables and be like, I don't want to spend $15 on a cable. Like, fuck that. And I just never did it. And then it fell off my bedside table the other night when I was sleeping, snapped the like actual like plug off of it because USB Type-C cables are wimpy as hell, and snapped it off. And so I have a cable arriving today from Amazon because I don't have a cable for my phone right now, and it's at 8%. So hopefully they're able to deliver it today because I really need that charging cable. An image of crescent moons. Ooh. An image of a rendition of Time Acted, the Age of Myth. An image of 2 dwarves and a blazing sun. The 2 dwarves are withering away. The 2 dwarves are contemplating the blazing sun. The image of a symbol, the symbol is the image of the eternal adventure of time, a local dwarven government. Time Acted, the Age of Myth. The full moon. So for a while there, every time the full moon would roll around, the game would hitch and we get a pretty significant lag spike. That stopped happening, which means at one point there was a were creature outbreak somewhere in the world, and every time the full moon would roll around, a bunch of people would die. But that hasn't been happening. So I'm starting to think like we might be clear on the were creature front in the world, or at least whatever was happening there. Or maybe they got expelled and they're just wandering the worlds now. It's interesting that we're not getting that lag spike now when the full moon rolls around. Almost done with all of the breastplates. It's weird that they leave it. They leave it until the last one. It's odd. Are the names of the ages randomly generated? No. I don't know the full list, but I could pull them up if you like. Yeah, either everybody in the area where the either the area that it was in died, or now I'm like, I'm trying to find is it the calendar? Ah, there we go. So the known ages, there might be more. The Age of Myth, the number of living powers in megabeaths is at least 2/3 of what it was when the world began. Age of Legends, the number of living powers in Megabeasts are at least 1/3 of where they were when the world began. The Age of Heroes, the number of living powers in Megabeasts is greater than 0. The Age of 3 powers, exactly 3 powers are alive in the world. If a world starts with 3 powers and manages to progress beyond that, it will proceed to the Age of Myth. The Age of Race and Race, so goblins and humans or dwarves and goblins or whatever. Exactly 2 powers left in the world. The Age of Name, or the Age of Race, or the Age of Racial and Age. Exactly 1 power is left in the world, and the name style is selected randomly. So it'd be like the Age of Humans, the Age of the Humans, or the Age of the Human Age, or the Goblin Age, or the Age of the Goblin, or whatever. No great powers. Once there are no powers left in the world, they will proceed as follows. The Age of Race, so creatures like mundane things. The Golden Age, 50% of all civilizations and creatures are mundane, but there is no single majority. The Twilight Age, between 50 and 90% of all civilized creatures are mundane. The Age of Fairy Tales, 90% of the civilized creatures are mundane, and some non-mundane creatures are still remain. 21 quote from 2008 devlog. The Age of Civilization, which I've seen before. All civilized creatures are mundane, and all semi-mega beasts have been vanquished. The Age of Death, all civilizations are dead. I've also seen this. And then the Age of Emptiness, which is all civilized creatures are dead, but the world never progressed beyond the Age of Myth. Legends, heroes, or powers. Those are the known ages in Dwarf Fortress. Known ages. There might be more. Okay, why aren't they finishing that? I'm just going to cancel all those. Okay, what is everybody doing right now? Everybody's socializing. How's the military doing? All of my spear dwarves are spear masters. I still have that one elite marks dwarf. What squad are you in? Okay, so I can shut off the Eternal Guard for time being. Let them go socialize. Because we're in mid-spring. I think until the human traders show up, we'll just give the dwarves a break. I don't know. I guess kind of to wrap up that previous subject before I got distracted by Mika Well's comment. Also, hi, Mika Well. Money is weird on the internet. When you're making content, it's weird. It's the reason, a lot of people hide the amount they make on Patreon. Because I know why a lot of streamers don't talk about their sub count a lot. It's because money is weird. Also, I'm going to complain about YouTube comments for a second here. This one comment that I keep getting, which I think is hilariously dense, are people who are like, what tile set is this and where can I download it for the Steam version? Also, 5,300 subscribers on YouTube. Yay. So long-term magic beasts and stuff are reduced. Don't they replenish? Long-term magic beasts, so things like Bronze Colossus and Forgotten Beasts and Land Titans do not breed or replenish. So no, they do not. Giants and Ettins can replenish. Dragons and Hydras can breed, but the odds that they will or even find each other in the world are very slim because there's never that many of them. So it's very easy for those populations of big creatures and Forgotten Beasts and whatnot to all die. And if you have a very strong military fort that has a huge... no, they can't, and I'll explain why in a second, Tom. If you have a huge military and a very valuable fortress and you're constantly killing beasts, it's actually possible for you to, deplete an entire world of creatures just by, having access to the caverns and just killing them all. animal people and Ettins and giants do not have culture, so they cannot form civilizations. So in the current game, they do not have the culture stat, which lets them, build homes and all that stuff and have unique properties yet. That is one of those. It's a planned features for DF. So at some point they will get culture and be able to do stuff. Although I'm not sure about giants and Ettins. Tarn talked about this a little bit in the interview I did with him back in October, about how they are probably going to be getting some form of culture in the future. I don't know. I'd like to have giants like show up and threaten villagers and stuff as a form of culture. Like they show up and like make demands of you, similar to the way the elves do. Like, give me this thing. What happened to this? This Forgotten Beast just like hurt itself. Seems to be, it's fighting with pond grabbers. This thing is really scary. It's made of green glass. I mean, you can see them join civilizations, but they can't form their own civilizations. There's a difference there, right? Like, they can form their own civilizations, but forming their own civilizations is not the same thing. Or they can't form their own civilizations, but they can join civilizations. So joining a civilization is not the same thing and shouldn't be confused with joining a civ, right? So animal people can join a civilization and become part of a civilization, or like become royalty as part of a civilization, sure, in Legends mode. But they can't join you in Fortress mode unless you take an adventurer and insert it into a already running fortress. And they cannot form their own factions because they don't have that level of AI yet. Because they're very procedural, and I think that would be hard to do. Supposedly, that's something Tarn stated in the past on DF Talk, and he didn't state in my interviews, but in other interviews that he's done, that's something that's going to come with the map rewrite update. I'm not sure if that's before, after, or a part of Magic, but shrug. I mean, I've seen Olm people, I've seen amphibian people, I've seen plump helmet men, I've seen, I think that's it. It's mostly in amphibian. I want to say I've seen Olm people as well. I've also seen horrors, which are similar, all as part of civs. I had a trader once from my mountain home that was a necromancer experiment that was a wing, basically like an angel. Like it was a humanoid with wings covered in feathers and a gaunt appearance. And its feathers were white, and it showed up to trade, which was interesting. Why do mushroom people confuse and amuse you? I have Mushroom Boy emote. It's Mushroom Boy. Hops, you have a good lurk. But yeah, does that answer your question, Lord Tom? I hope so. It's kind of the shitty answer, like no one likes to give answers like that, but yeah. That's interesting. But they're still technically not their own civilization, though. That would either be a goblin civ or a dwarven civ that they've just taken over. Because they can be integrated into society if their population is high enough in world generation. So it is possible that could happen. They can get integrated into other societies, but they can't make their own society. So you can have a dwarven faction that is like a 30% population of Olm people. You'll never see them as part of migrant waves, but that can happen. The reason they can't migrate is because other races can't migrate as part of the thing because size differences would get confusing. So you could probably mod that to make that work. Question mark? Diamond? Do I need to Google Translate that? Or was that unintentionally put in my chat? Why are you making so many Greaves? Huh, let's just cancel that. It's all good, don't worry. Interesting, often walked, Oh, are you Google translating everything that you're writing, Diamond? Interesting, often walked dirt changes to sand. Walked on? Often walked dirt changes to sand as it is walked on. Plants can be trampled and whatever material is underneath them is shown. If that's what you're talking about. But yeah, if they walk on a lot, if they walk a lot, pathways will form, and sand is pretty common as pathways. Yeah, now I'm curious, like, are you Google translating everything you're writing? Because that's really good Google Translate if that's the case. Something like 8% of my audience is from the Netherlands. Ah, okay. But it would suck to read. I mean, as long as I can figure it out. I don't really care too much. So yeah, we just let the dwarves be dwarves until late spring. Simplex, you're an adult. Congratulations. You are 13 years old. You're apparently dwelling upon getting into an argument. You like malachite, fine pewter, fire ogate, alpaca wool crowns, and peafowls for their coloration, and giant deer for their grace. All right, well, let's give you spinning and shearing, because you like alpaca wool. Let's give you not strand extraction, clothes making, pottery, and glazing, and maybe also leatherworking. All of the hauling. I can just give you all of these. And stone detailing. Sure, that'll work. Probably cleaning up your own vomit. Your childhood days are over. Yep, you now get to enter the slave labor group. And you know what? I'm also going to give you furnace operating, because that's a very common job. Well, actually, let's... I got plenty of sheep this year. Let's make those out of various different metals, but... Then I'll just make sure that these are automatically getting that job. Yeah, I visually recognize German when I see it. I don't recognize Dutch. We'll set you to milk. Got a bunch of animals that need to be milked too. There you go, Simplex. You're now shearing animals. I'm gonna go shear some sheep. I don't know who Dan is and why we need to net him, but we should. Peter just like lurks. Yeah, I don't know why I have such a large audience from the Netherlands, but I guess a lot of people in the Netherlands just watch Twitch. Cheap in this case. Dutch looks like German if you spelled it wrong about 70% of the time. I mean, to me, it just looks like language I don't understand, but maybe to a German, it looks like German if you spelled it wrong. You can understand most of written Dutch, but not spoken. I can understand spoken German, and I can read some German words, but I can't speak German at all. So if you speak German to me, I will understand about 70 to 80% of what you're saying. Unless you talk really fast. But that's kind of my knowledge of German begins and ends there. See, okay. One of those doesn't look like the first one doesn't look like anything to me. That just looks like a bunch of characters and I can't decipher it. The second one looks like German to me. Right? Like the first one looks like someone tried to write something and face rolled their keyboard while they were doing it, and the other one looks like German. It's like, I like living in Canada, where most people speak English, except for people who recently moved here. Or Quebec. And most of them speak English anyway, even though they will pretend that they don't. It makes things quite a bit easier. Bum, bum, bum. I need to slaughter some unicorns. Who is Dan? That's what I'm still wondering. Who is Dan? Also, I haven't said this enough today, but thank you very much to everybody who's sticking around and everybody who's hanging out today. We started out the stream with a very generous raid from FG and got pretty lucky on auto hosts today. So thank you very much to everybody who's hanging out and lurking in the stream, especially those of you who are here for the first time, and shout outs to everybody with a skull next to your name, because if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to pay my rent. So there's that. And thanks to everybody who has access to those sound commands and supports the channel in any respect, because once again, I'm very frugal, but I wouldn't be able to pay rent if it wasn't for you guys. So thanks for helping me pay rent. That had native unicorns? Really? See, I imported these unicorns from elves. I have domesticated unicorns before in other worlds, but... Although I never got to the... I don't believe I ever re-embarked in that world, so I don't know if I could have embarked with elves. A human treasurer has arrived. Hello, human. No corkscrews. Got it, Ming. What's the most valuable animal breed? I have no idea. Honestly, probably cave spiders, because giant cave spider silk is extremely valuable and you can literally print it. But outside of that, I don't know. My guess would be giant cave spiders. Outside of that, I have no idea. Yeah, but the actual, like, value of, like, the meat and the leather is not super high. I mean, if you're making, like, masterwork quality leather, it's not bad, but I would imagine that cave spiders are probably more valuable because you can get cave spider silk constantly. But then again, if they're friendly cave spiders, then they won't spray silk at you, so you need to have like an enemy in front of them. But like you can do it. That would probably be my guess. I might be wrong though. I don't really care about value because like I care more about just offloading, right? Like, am I selling the most valuable items? No, I'm just selling my used clothing because I need to get rid of it. And if I didn't, I would have a problem. Cave dragons? I mean, those are one of the rarer animals to breed. You know, I've never actually seen a cave dragon in my entire time in DF. I've never seen a cave dragon. To milk the cave spiders? What, for the silk? I don't think that's how that works. Like, I don't know too much about etymology, but I do not believe that you can milk a spider. Not that I've ever tried, but you need really tiny fingers. I mean, maybe, I guess, milking a giant cave spider would be like removing the venom, but that's not a thing. I really hope at some point we can like remove venom from stuff and then put the venom onto arrows and swords to have poison swords. Wake up at 5 a.m. to milk your spiders. Damn it. Yeah, right. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world hasn't changed much. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of your wood, as always. That's why you need baby dwarves to milk the cave spiders. I mean, you can milk... well, you can't, but you could at one point milk maggots. Purring maggots, which is described more as like mashing them. You turn them into a paste, and then the paste is then made into milk. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. There is much to discuss. We've said exactly the same things we've said to you for literally the past couple decades. Just realized I had two of the same tab open. All right. Send a bunch of meat pots and the bits of unicorn as well. Yeah, in real life. Wasn't it like $2,900 a kilo or something? I remember B-Lug looked it up because we were talking about whether or not making pig cheese was possible. And then B-Lug was just like, yeah, pig cheese. It costs $2,900 a kilo or something. They just thought if they could, never stopped to think if they should. Focal Fury has been reelected. You know, this is a small thing, but I would love to see this implemented. Would be mandatory terms of mayor. So limit the number of terms they could have in office, but give them the opportunity to change a law so that they can just stay in office forever, but the dwarves would have to vote for it. Be really neat if that could be a thing that could happen. It's like the dwarves have like elected to remove term limits on your mayor. And then your mayor could just get reelected indefinitely. But it would be really neat to kind of have to swap out the mayor once a year or every other year. I would really like to see that be implemented. That's something I'd really like to see. Man, fucking, that's an expensive-ass pigtail dress. Look at that. Considering it's used, too. Man, we're like the premium used clothing market. Goes to war with the monarchy. God, I wish that sort of stuff was possible. But extra steps equals more mechanics, which equals more to do, more to think about, more to plan for, more to have fun with, right? I enjoy that sort of stuff. Like, having, like, as a role player in DF, I like mechanics that let me watch my fortress evolve in real time. Dwarven used Gucci, pretty much. We're just, like, selling Supreme shirts on eBay. Basically. This is a little laggy because of all the traders and stuff that's going on. Like, we got 150 merchants on the map right now. Recently deceased livestock, not residents. That would humanize them. Also, it doesn't really have much to do with anything, but that most recent episode of The Expanse, pretty fucking good. Should really just get them to bring me chickens next time. Didn't really think about that, but I'd like to get chickens and geese up and running. We'll see you later, Aquasar. Before you head out, if you like, I can check in with your dwarf. You're satisfied at work, but you weren't easy after being unable to pray to your god for too long. You were satisfied at work, grouchy when caught in the rain. Hopefully you live for a couple more years, and hopefully you have some children. Hopefully. Well, made from livestock, stripped the recently deceased and sold the reasonably high priced. Oh, no, okay, now I know what you mean. Peddling off the wares of the recently deceased. Well, not necessarily. I mean, Some of the used clothing we're selling is from recently dead dwarves, but other used clothing we're selling is from dwarves that just claimed new clothing and left their clothing anywhere, and then it just gets put in the basement, and then we trade it. So a lot of that is just them replacing their clothing for better clothing. All right, I will be back in a second. I'm gonna go get my lunch stuff prepped, I think, because I'm getting kind of hungry. And it's 1:45, so, or 1:48 actually. So I'm gonna go get my lunch. So I will be a couple of minutes. I will let you guys follow this weaponsmith who's well, actually, let's give you a dwarf who moves better. Let's give you Axon the Second, who is currently slaughtering a unicorn full. So I'll let you guys witness the death of a child. And if you guys could do me a huge favor and do a round of beers while I'm gone. And once again, thank you very much to everybody who supports the stream. If you like what I do and you want to support me directly, I happen to have a Patreon, like every single human being on Earth, where you can get some premium features on the stream and also support me directly and get to, fuck around with stuff that I put up there. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. Thanks for hanging out. Be right back. All right, I have acquired a sandwich. Not bad. Not bad. It only took me about 5 minutes to acquire a sandwich. But injections are done and sandwiches acquired. Wait, what happened to the cats? Oh, yes. See, that was a bug that wasn't intended. That doesn't happen anymore and hasn't happened for a long time. But it was a very unfortunate era in the history of Dwarf Fortress. Infinity. Many cats were killed in the making of that tavern. Yeah, an individual droplet of alcohol counted as a full cup of alcohol, so a cat would ingest like dozens of cups of alcohol and they would die of alcohol poisoning. It is possible for dwarves to die of alcohol poisoning too. It is, however, unlikely but possible. Dwarves have large livers. Yeah, that's why they live to be 150. It's because they're large livers and long livers. They weren't doing their jobs and they just drank. I lost a human dweller who didn't have a bed and they fell asleep in the tavern. Like literally they fell asleep in the tavern. And the tavern keeper just kept pouring alcohol in his head until he drowned. There was no combat log or anything. He just was found dead. Mm-hmm. If there's somebody in the tavern that doesn't have a cup of alcohol, the tavern keeper will serve alcohol to them. This is why I have no tavern keepers in this fortress. Because the tavern keeper will just serve them alcohol if they don't have alcohol. And this includes just like, well, you're on your back on the ground unconscious, time to get the funnel. They're just doing their job. It's a very demanding job being a tavern keeper for a group of dwarves. I mean, paranoid android, you know, when someone passes out in the bar, they obviously need more booze. Gotta wake them up. So make sure you get it up their nose, in their eyes, in the ears. I didn't know that entertainers serve people. That's a fun fact for me too, Clino. But yeah, no, I've that's how all my bars operate, and that's why they all get closed down because people keep dying in them. This is why you said bars. Because your bars are all shut down. Although, you know, as long as you're just pouring Budweiser on people, they'd be fine because there's no alcohol in that. They might drown, but, like, you don't have to worry about alcohol poisoning there. You're fine. A squad of bows that are training? I have no idea because I never do it. I figured it out once and then forgot, and I haven't ever done it again. So you're going to have to look at the wiki there. I never use that because it's not really necessary. It's one of those mechanics where like, you could do it. Sometimes I'll schedule them to like stop training on a calendar, but I generally just kind of do it manually. I like that this dwarf's been pondering medical ethics. It's like, he's considering medical ethics. In which the fluid is beer? I have no idea. Maybe? I know you can create a moat of blood if you're very careful. But it won't last very long because it'll dry up. If it's raining blood, you can do weird things with that. If it's raining mucus, you can do weird things with that too. I don't know if you can pump it, though. Brahms is telling a story. Oh, of how Iteb Veiled became the queen. The hiccups. Also, how you doing today, Clino? How's things? It's just water with a slight beer coloring added. And a little bit of weediness for texture. And a hint of stomach acid and a side of vomit. And a teaspoon of bad. It's trash. Absolute trash. Also, did you follow before the stream started, Paranoid Android? If so, cheers. I don't know how you found me, but thanks for watching. Oh, would you look at that? We have a harvest of pigtails ready. Which are all down here, all of those. There we go, that should work. Good stuff. I've actually had people telling me recently that the YouTube algorithm is starting to recommend my not, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? My not update videos, which is cool because I've been doing YouTube for years. Like, I think 2014 I made that particular channel. But it didn't start doing anything until, like, last year. Like, last year, I think I started the year with 400 subscribers, which I'd slowly accumulated over, like, 7 years. But it's nice. The Rainy Cult? What exactly is the Rainy Cult? I'm gonna shut off spin thread and just let them work on that for a little bit. But yeah, no, the YouTube recommending my VODs is a really cool thing. My biggest hope about 2021 is that the YouTube channel continues to grow. If the YouTube channel continues to grow, then man, the amount of stability that gives streamers. Like streamers with a consistent, solid YouTube channel is like kind of the dream. It's like I can stream all day, every day, but if I can stream all day, every day, and also have an archive that people watch, that is the true hope for any streamer. Clearing out all these bones. Unfortunately, though, this fortress isn't the most crazy, right? Because a lot of what we're doing in this fort is just sustaining instead of like big exciting moves and stuff. But that's what the day forts are for. The kind of one-shot, more exciting forts. Although we'll have to do something a little bit more suicidal, I guess, when the new version drops. See what what is possible, I guess, in that version. But not really the YouTube. Is it a good idea to subscribe to the YouTube knowing it would be an empty sub? Well, here's the question, right? Are you going to subscribe to the YouTube channel to watch every VOD? Or are you going to subscribe to the YouTube channel to watch the update videos, which don't get streamed over here? And the edited stuff that I put up occasionally that isn't streamed over here? Or are you just going to subscribe to the YouTube channel to literally never watch anything? Because if you watch one video a month, that's still worth being subbed. The thing is, if you sub to the YouTube channel, you're like going to get recommended stuff. So it depends on if you want that in your algorithm. It's up to you, really. I know people will the main reason those VODs get uploaded to YouTube isn't because I expect people to watch them. They go up on YouTube so that people, if they want to, can be like, man, this fort's really cool on the stream right now. I'm going to go to the YouTube channel and scrub back 3 days to check something that I remember seeing happening, but I want to make sure that that happened. Or I can't remember when a person died, so I'm going to go figure that out. It's there so that people can go back if they want to. I don't really expect people to watch all of the VODs. It's paperwork time. Heads up, Stone. Because the annual tribute has arrived. But yeah, I don't really expect people to watch all of the VODs for Longdeath or any of the other things. It's more of a, if you want to go back, or if you missed something, or if it's time to, or if I'm not on one day and you want to hear me yell in the background like normal, or if I put up the news videos, which go up every other week, or the other DF-related videos that I put up occasionally, yeah, it's worth subscribing. If you're going to watch one video a month, it's worth subscribing. If you're literally never going to watch anything, well, then I'm just going to be flooding your fucking, your what's it called? Your inbox or your subscription box on YouTube with up to like 3 videos a day. So that's totally up to you at that point. An iron pick. Oh, neat. That's good of them. And we're just waiting on the second one. This is going to be the big one. They brought a horse. you know it's going to be big because they have a horse. I'm waiting for a tribute to arrive on an elephant. One of these days. Watching a VOD can be work is just perfect. It's long form and entertaining stuff that you can do. You can also mute it for a bit if you need to get some actual work done. Yeah. Mute it, turn captions on, or just pause it. Okay, I'll shut the camera off. All right, I'll leave it up there. Let me know when you need me to scroll down. Hoping you tell me how long it is. You've never gotten the answer from a video. So what you're saying, Clino, is I should put start year and end year in the description of every video. And then sometimes you leave nonsensical comments on them. Like, how Dwarf dig, or why Dwarf dig, or Dwarf have beard, or I see Dwarf, I click, or something like that. You've left some pretty nonsensical comments that I don't really know how to respond to. Wait, is this the 69th tribute? Important question. The 67th was a few years ago. Or is this the 68th? Or is this the 70th and I missed the 69th? Oh, that was 2 tributes ago? Oh. You didn't tell me? God damn it. I'm sad. Well, nice, I guess. Belated. Oh, did you? I don't know. Whoops. I don't know how I missed that. Or maybe I just forgot. Definitely possible I just forgot. Smelt, lemonite ore, 100. Let's get some more iron. I don't know where that anvil came from. Oh, it probably just came in on the tribute. Retroactive nice. Yes, there you go. Swoos has become a spearmaster. Yay! I no longer have a single... You're a legendary spear dwarf, but still also a legendary... There you go. This dwarf is no longer a... What's it called? A Marks dwarf. All right. Let's give the Eternal Hammer a break. You guys can go do other things for a little bit. The trick is to get your random view to be able to say exactly when I start playing. The world is 131 years old. Well, okay, so here's a trick. If I start the VOD before I load the game up, which I normally do, it will show the year when I go to load the game. Usually the VODs start right before I load the game. So just look at the age of the save, -5, and that's the age of the world. So right now, we're on year 138. So it's year 133, early autumn. So Longdeath is 133 years old. And remember them being covered in the VOD? Interesting. I mean, that's also kind of why I've got that little clipping thing, and why I did that explanation of stockpiles earlier today, where I made 3 separate stockpiles. So there will be a stockpile highlight tutorial thingy. I also know I've had some people say that they've learned to play Dwarf Fortress by watching my VODs, which I think is really interesting. Like, people go back in the YouTube archive and they find just like a random fort that I start that like has never done anything before. Or like just, or one of the day forts, or just like the part 1 of a previous series, and just watch that and see what I do at the beginning. It's like, once you kind of know enough of DF that you know what you're looking at and you understand kind of how to dig and the basic of the hotkeys, just watching a VOD of like raw gameplay is actually really helpful. Also, the dwarves are here to trade. It's that time of year. How much cloth do I have? 460? Good stuff. Oh, also, should unforbid all of those bolts. I have a fuckload of bolts. Let's see if I can just dump those arrows, because they're not melting them down and it's getting kind of frustrating. So let's see if I can just dump them. Well, I mean, that's my preferred way of learning. Like, back when I was learning RimWorld, I watched Quill 18 videos. Like, he's not explaining anything. It's just that was just gameplay. This was like way back before it was on Steam, so like there was only a few people putting up footage of it. Metsus, what's up? Like that's how I learned the basics of No Moria, was I watched Avok videos. Sounds like they've got a pretty chill life, Diamond. Let's just do a proximity sale. So all of these closest things. A lot of bags and random other things that never got stored anywhere. A lot of quicklime. Large bronze low boots. Toy boat. Sell everything that pops up as large. White stork leather water skin. For some reason, I always read the word sandal as sundial. I don't know why. My brain just like replaces it with sundial. Oh, hey, Matt says. We were actually talking about your dwarf pretty recently. Your dwarf is kind of interesting. Because, you know, your dwarf was expelled for a bit and then you came back. Your dwarf happens to be a real big fan of andesite, iron, trapsolite, lime wood, green glass, and linen paper in the color red, and low boots and quivers and tables and large gems. All right, so you like large gems. You also like iguana men for their dewlaps. But something that I think is interesting is, number one, there's iguana men in this world, but this is your bedroom right here, right? So this right here is your bed. You have a large turquoise gem. I don't believe I've ever seen a dwarf claim a gem before, but you claimed this large, well-carved turquoise gem. How do you get a dwarf named after me? You wait until there's dwarves available, and then you ask, and I select you. I try and get dwarves in that have never been in the fort before, but we'll also play favorites. There is no strict rule set. You don't have to be subscribed or anything, but if you've obviously thrown buckets of money at me over the years, I'm probably going to favorite you because I'm a dirty sellout. Anyway, but no, seriously, it's very much a first come, first serve kind of thing. And I try and give them to people who haven't had them before. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Please continue to bring me all of the piles of wood, and I'm going to request a bunch of chickens, because I have a rooster and I would like chickens. Simple as that. Assuming, oh, there we go, hens. Oopsies. They want spears. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Is she going in? What? Wouldn't it be wild if suddenly, like, that dwarf is way too old? How are you still alive? Wouldn't it be amazing if one day Asteth came back just like as a necromancer? I'm not gonna lie, it would be incredible. I'm a clean sellout, so what you're saying is I'm a smooth criminal. Do 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 do. Bum ba da 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 dum bum ba da dum bum ba da dum bum bum. You know what? I'm just gonna do this manually. actually. Iron Buckler 2. No tantrums today either. Both of the depressed dwarves that we had are no longer depressed dwarves, which is very good. It'd be really funny if my mare ends up being the one to go make that buckler. Annie, you okay? You okay? You okay, Annie? You know, King, question. Actually, no, just chat room in general. What would you say if I said that I unironically enjoyed the Alien Ant Farm cover of that song? I do genuinely like that cover. Shoutouts to Alien Ant Farm, the band that no one has heard of in the last 15 years, probably. There's worse things to like also, same. It's like, you really like that song if you've A, were in high school at the same time as me, or B, were in high school at the same time as me and watched all of the American Pie movies. You're what, Hayes? But then again, I also unironically listened to Dope. But on the topic of terrible music, my podcast co-host, Rhinestone, if by the way, if you like the sound of my voice and you want to hear more of me, I do have a podcast called Audio Tapes and Visual Drugs, which I host with my friend Rhinestone, and also an audio blog, which I haven't updated in a while, called Living with Type 1. It's kind of more of an archive thing at this point. I might sunset it, but me and Rhinestone host this podcast where we talk about music and other various random things. And I have a new episode that's been recorded that will be uploaded in probably on Friday to the Patreon, and then a couple days later publicly. But anyway, it's Rhinestone was talking about how he's been listening to so much Limp Bizkit on Spotify that Limp Bizkit is now getting put into his daily recommended mixes. Just when you realize that you have a problem and you should stop listening to Limp Bizkit. But I have that happen with Dope and Andrew WK and other terrible, terrible artists. You've not heard of Alien Ant Farm? Alien Ant Farm is a pop punk rock band that was only ever known for Michael Jackson covers, and that's pretty much it. They were only ever known for Michael Jackson covers that were in American Pie movies. And if you haven't heard of American Pie, well, good. Mine did that earlier today, Infinity. Crow!
Happy Thursday. Here's 17 beers. Crip beer, crip beer, crip beer, crip beer, crip beer. Crip beer, 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 crip beer.
Yeah, that's 17. Pro, thank you very much for the 17 beers. I don't know if I can drink that much. It's going to take me 2 months, maybe 3. But thank you very much for the 17 months with Prime. Welcome back. Glad you like the show enough to keep clicking that button. Cheers, man. You're an uncultured troglodyte? I mean, they're just shitty adolescent sex comedies. Like, they're not good movies, but I enjoy them a lot. This one time at band camp, I need to sit down and rewatch those fucking movies at some point. At least the first 3. Well, first 2. Fuck the third one. 208 million views. Yep, that's about right. I wonder how many plays that has on Spotify, actually. Now I'm curious. Wom bum ba da 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 dum bum ba da dum bum ba da dum bum bum. Alien Ant Farm. God damn, they put out an album in 2015. Fucking hell. Yeah, 216 million views. Apparently, they have a couple other songs that did really well. They've got one with 32 million plays on Spotify. Yeah, no, they put out an album in 2001, which had all of their hits on it. Then they put out an album in 2003, an album in 2006, and then one in 2015. Nothing sense. Seems about right. They made their money and got the fuck out, basically. Now you need to listen to that song again? I mean, you're welcome. I'm glad I could poison your mind with earworms. Do you have to worry? They've started a mysterious construction? No, you don't have to worry. What kind of mood was it, if I can ask? Did they go into a Fey mood? Were they taken by a possession? Do they have a white, purple, or gray exclamation point on them? What color is the exclamation point on them? Actually. And what workshop are they on? This is the only way to make it better. There's an earworm that's a terrible song that gets stuck in my head, unfortunately frequently, is Bitch by Dope. That's 2001, I think? I can't actually remember who introduced me to that song. Gray and Masons? Okay, so probably a Fey mood. And hopefully we'll make you some cool furniture. You're getting an artifact. Congrats. If you hit Q, or rather actually if you hit T and select the workshop and then move up and down on plus and minus on the numpad, you can actually see what materials they grabbed with the TSK. So everything that says TSK next to it is being used as part of the task. And that'll tell you what materials they're using. Hello, goats! How are you? It's good to see you. We have a goat in the fortress, by the way. Holy shit, speaking of. A lot of stuff that we gotta slaughter. In my cages. Imagine if Tarn ties strange moods into myth and magic, and it sometimes does summons. You know what I want? I want him to tie strange moods / fell moods into necromancers. So if a necromancer goes into a mood, it's like a fell mood, except they transform that dwarf into something different. I want them to make experiments, is what I'm saying. It makes sense, Crow. I can sympathize. It's gonna be great. Something. Wouldn't that be great, though, Clino? Wouldn't it be great? So much more reason to have necromancers in your fortress. So much more. They go into, like, some form of other mood. It wouldn't be fell, possession, or fey. It would be something else. But I am so excited. I can't wait. Still working on sharing those animals, but we're getting there. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, chat. That begs to be killed, or maybe like a fleshy aberration that just like spits acid at people. Like, not quite, a were creature outbreak, but like a fleshy aberration just like maybe floats off into the wild. Like maybe they create just like a wild animal and it just like has wings or something. It just flies out of your fortress and leaves. Or like, and it wouldn't develop a ghost because the soul of that dwarf would be trapped in that creature. It makes dwarf bone thrown, but it follows them around and protects them. Yeah, maybe if it's like, there could be like 3 versions, right? One where they create an abomination that either just dies immediately or tries to fight all your dwarves. The second one, they create a, like, an intelligent being that defends them and follows them around like a soldier. And then, or alternatively, just joins the fortress and is just a normal worker, like an intelligent undead. And then the third one could be it just like becomes a wild animal and leaves. I think any of those could be amazing possibilities. And I'd be super down for any of them. Wonder how authority likes your job. Blissful, remembering a great bedroom. Gratitude, remembering being rescued. Accepting upon being caught in the rain. Very happy dwarf. Geez, does this dwarf have a single negative thought? Very happy upon reading. Felt a lot of wonder. Loves reading. Satisfied after reading. Wonder after learning. Enraptured after communing. Oh, there you go. Grouchy when caught in the rain. But was then later accepting after being caught in the rain. Then lonely after being away from family. But at least her husband's around. Why can I ask you a question? Are you legitimately terrified, or are you just like joking along? I can't tell if you're horrified in the I'm terrified of this and don't want it to happen, or if you're like I'm terrified of this, also please let it happen. Because I'm terrified of this, also please let it happen. You forgot to press enter on your beer? Well, I can throw a beer at that. There you go. So I just got an email from PAX saying, we'd appreciate your feedback. Please fill out your survey. I'm going to fill out this survey later and basically just tell them, please don't ever do what you did this year again, because what they did last year was 12 days of live streams on 6 different channels 3 fucking times. It's like, I realize all of your conventions got canceled, but like, no one can keep up with that much shit, and also, no one fucking cares. Just do like a 2-hour announcements thing for major games, and then like a 5-hour stream of trailers for indie games, and we're all good. Like that's all you need to fucking do. Like, I realize you're a big convention company with a lot of employees, but like, you don't need to run that many live streams. Most of them had like 30 viewers by the end of it. No one cared. No one cared. Ledomonol Ethusgun, a mudstone weapon rack, and offers it to the insane bolts. Sounds like you should build that weapon rack and put it into your barracks. That sounds like what you need to do. Grand artifact. Is that your first artifact, Diamond? Regardless, excellent. Ponder values. So the dwarves that have been studying have been pondering ethics and values recently. Yeah, no, furniture artifacts are great because once you've constructed them, they can't be stolen. So, not as good as a door. Second artifact? Yeah, no. With artifacts, you don't need to be concerned unless they're just like sitting there and they haven't begun a mysterious construction. If they haven't begun a mysterious construction, then you have to be concerned. But the moment they've begun a mysterious construction, you're all good. So at the beginning of this year, my YouTube channel gets more views every day than it did in a week at the start of 2020. So like in a month, my YouTube channel at the start of 2020 would get like 2,000 views in a month. Now I get about 3,000 a day, which is crazy. You unironically hate all the necromancer stuff. Oh, I mean, okay, fair enough. Well, I think that Tarn's going to do that, right? Right now, necromancers are evil, but they just kind of show up. Supposedly they're not supposed to do that. So like, I think the intended way is in order to get the necromancer stuff, you have to go raid necromancer towers for the book specifically, right? But I feel like if necromancers had the possibility of having freaky, strange moods like that, that would be a reason to not have necromancers in your fortress. Because if they're just going to go killing your dwarves and start turning them into weird creatures, like, yeah, some people could totally play that way, and then you could be evil, which is, Tarn's talked about that being an intended playstyle if you want to be the villain. But I think once you have a necromancer in your fort, you are the villain. So you should have the option to be the villain. I think that should be an available option. And that's pretty easily fixable. And Tarn talked about this during the second interview I did with him, where he said that, oh, well, what he needs to do and what he's planning to do is just make necromancers and zombies not just randomly immigrate into your fortress unless they're super integrated into your civ, in which case it's an evil civ. But that's supposed to become less likely, and they shouldn't be integrated into their civilization as easily. So I guess kind of like that is an option for endgame if the player wants to do that. But I think like perverting moods with evil necromancer shit that could go wrong a lot of the time, certainly a method of, you know, certainly would dissuade me from doing that sort of stuff in a lot of forts, right? Like if you want a long fort or a fort that lasts for a while, and then there's this dude that's gonna like scare everybody and make these monsters that you have to fight relatively frequently, then like out of your dwarves, so it's killing your dwarves and making these monsters. That's a scary idea, but maybe you want a fort that only has like 6 necromancers and then 36 weird abominations that live there. Right? Maybe you want that. And I think that should be an option. But I think right now it's too easy, and there isn't enough negatives to having necromancers, and there's mostly just positives to having necromancers right now. They need more negatives, but I think that it, just from a roleplay perspective, it's much more interesting to have that as an option than to not have it. And as a story generator, I think a weird dwarf showed up. I mean, fuck, Tarn was even saying that they're supposed to disguise their identity. They're not supposed to tell you that they're necromancers. They're supposed to hide the fact that they're necromancers. They're supposed to be like vampires, where like, yeah, I have a vampire in my walls right now, right? Who's discovered as a vampire, who shows up as an N, but he's berserk, so it's useless to me. But like, most vampires don't show up as a night creature. They show up just as a normal-ass dwarf, and then we'll start killing people. It's like, imagine you just have a normal-ass dwarf that shows up in your fortress, and they're hanging out. Oh, they go into a mood. Okay. What? They just killed somebody. And then just fucking demons start coming out. It's like, what the... like, that's what I want to see. You know? Like, I want to see just, like, random-ass dwarf shows up. I want them to be like, oh, we need to get rid of this thing now. You know what I mean? Like, I think that would be a really cool gameplay dynamic. Yeah, no, it's just like perfectly happy necromancer goes into a fell mood. What? Or perfectly happy dwarf just randomly has a fell mood and kills a dwarf. and mix it into an abomination, and then the abomination kills a bunch of stuff. And then the necromancer goes berserk, and then they all fight the like, I don't know. Maybe if their here's an idea. If their abomination dies, this is just me speculating and making shit up. If they make an abomination, the abomination gets killed. It's just like if you destroy a masterwork that a dwarf has made. Like if you destroy an artifact that a dwarf has made, it devastates that dwarf and basically wrecks them. What if it's like killing their firstborn son in front of them, and they just like immediately snap and break? That would be real fucking cool. All I'm saying is, Tarn, you want to hire me? I can give you bad ideas forever. But then again, so could anybody else. And we'll never get any new features because there's too many ideas. I should say that normally you're coming from the point of view of what I think is good for the community, but your necromancer hate is purely personal. I support people playing as they like. Yeah. Right now you just turn them off in World Gen. Totally fair. Good ideas, I mean. No, that's totally fair. I mean, that kind of sounds like the way I feel about how a lot of people play RimWorld. I mean, like, this fortress, I don't even think there's any necromancers in this world. Straight up. Like, I don't think they exist. So there's that. We're just, like, shearing our sheep and, like, you know, building towers and stuff and trading for wood. Keeping the elves happy with us. This wholesome, cozy, comfy fort. We're too early. No, we're not too early. You could certainly have necromancers in World Gen very early. No, but so here's like the way I feel, Clino. I think it should be completely, totally, 100% impossible to entirely avoid having necromancers around in your fortress. Like, I think that should be a perfectly achievable thing. I think it should be perfectly achievable to have 0 necromancers in your fortress if you want it that way. But I also think that they should be available as a option for people who do want to be the bad guy. And I think being the bad guy is a lot of fun in video games. Norstad, hello. Nothing. Yeah, you know, just like slaughtering unicorns and grilling up some unicorn patties to make unicorn burgers. This nice, wholesome, unicorns are delicious fortress. They're magically delicious. Yeah. They taste like candy. Unicorn brains. They taste like brains, but unicorny. Do you think they go around making corny jokes? But yeah, no, I can totally see that. And I also agree they should be an existential evil. But I think it should be possible for people to be the existential evil if they want that to be. But it should be a challenge to become evil. Right now, it's like you just naturally become evil really quickly, which is way too realistic, and we can't have that. But I think the more options to contort the game in the direction that the player chooses, the better. Because that makes gameplay variety more interesting and fun. Which is why there's so many players sitting here going, magic update, Matt. You want realism? Then you got to wait for the Myths and Magic. You got to wait for the Myths and Magic update to come out in 2026. And then slide that magic slider all the way down to nothing. And then all you'll get is a world generated with nothing but humans that think that magic exists. that are absolutely convinced that there's magical creatures out there somewhere. No idea how they work, but they must exist. And they'll tell stories of gnomes and dwarves and dragons and great bronze colossi. But they've never seen one, but they have to exist. Humans and their silly stories, right? When you played Fable 3, you played a heartless evil character through the whole game, but when it came to the endgame decisions, you really didn't think the evil choices were all that interesting, so you picked the good choice and messed up how the charge attacks worked, and so you kept the evil aura in the horns, but angel wings showed up instead of demon wings. That's kind of neat. You think you've met some of those humans? Yeah, well, they're called Wiccans. Also, hello, Belliner. I don't know, my little sister spent like the first 10 years of her life absolutely convinced that fairies exist. Absolutely convinced. Like completely, totally, and utterly convinced that fairies existed. And I want... Wikipedia editors be like... There's fairies in them hills. Also, how you feeling, Belliner? If you're feeling up to it, you should come play some GeoGuessr with us on Evil Tricks channel tomorrow. If you're feeling up to it. Ideally, you know, not pukey. I need to go mine some more. I never thought I said that, but I'm actually running out of stone. Or at the very least, certain types of stone. That must be a nice looking floor. I mean, did you accidentally mark it? Also, chat, if I were to ask you, for After Hours tonight, what would you guys rather see? Rift Wizard or more Lost Flame? I think those are the same color. I should check, though. Yeah, that should be the same. Probably going to do another hour and a half or so of DF. Let more time pass, but also, tomorrow is Friday, which is my normal day off. So I will not be streaming. However, I will be. I'm working on a video about a Dwarf Fortress mod that I've been planning for a bit. But ooh, it's snowing. Look at that. I will be on Evil Tricks channel for about 2 hours. So if you go give him a follow, right now. From about 12 noon Pacific, which is about 2 hours and 40 minutes ago, until about 2. I think it's about 2 hours, 2 hours and 10 minutes. I will be streaming with some friends over on his channel. So if you'd like to see that and hang out with us while we play some games on my teammate's channel, you do that. I think we're going to be playing GeoGuessr. Is the current plan. Yeah, granted it'll work. So if you go give Evil Trick a follow, you'll be notified when that is happening. And you also get to help out my teammate. Also, you should go give Bellinair a follow for when he's off vacation, because he's on vacation right now. It's about damn time you took a vacation. Yo, Bellinair, did you get a chance to watch any of Cringer playing that Dyson Sphere Corporation? Because that game looks really nice. Yeah, right? You know what it kind of looks like? It looks kind of set like Satisfactory, like art style wise, like kind of that plasticky bright colors, but like top down with a little bit of Planetary Annihilation in there. I don't know. That game looks really nice. Like, I don't like that style of game, but I want to watch more people play it. Like, I really want to watch more people play it. I hope it's got enough content. That's my big concern. You'll likely play it next week? Yeah, I mean, it looks like a U game. Unfortunately, it's only single player, but I wonder if multiplayer is planned for that in the future. It's currently the #1 seller on Steam, so it's doing pretty well. $100 hours. Yeah, that's quite a bit of content. Although it's not this isn't a knock or a positive thing against like factory style of games. It's very easy to stretch content on those games. Like that's one genre of games where it's like if dev says, "Oh, it takes this long to get through shit." Yeah, I believe it. It's very easy to just kind of roll the numbers in the angle of make shit take forever. See Factorio mods that make a single play through a Factorio take hundreds of hours. For example, Exhibit A. It's neat to see that game doing well, though. It also kind of just snuck out of nowhere. If you're confused about what game I'm playing, let me know and I'll give you guys a link. It's called Dyson Sphere Corporation. It came out on Steam today in early access. It's basically like Factorio on spherical planets. It's like Planetary Annihilation Factorio. And then let's go down here and spend all of those weird blocks. Can we play that tonight? I don't play Factorio style games, so no. I hate those style of games. It's just a game that I know I'll like to watch other people play because it looks pretty. Like, trust me, I'm well aware that I have zero interest in Factorio and Factorio-like games. So I want Belliner to play it so I can watch him play it. I find those games to be grindy and dull and frustrating and like a lot of work. So I personally dislike them, but I know a lot of other people like them, and I also happen to like watching other people play them. You know, all the people who watch me play Dwarf Fortress and then say, you know, I like watching you play this, and it's interesting listening to you discover the stories, but I have no desire to play this myself. That's me with Factorio. Is there something for an army dwarf to set an eating location? I know you can set them to sleep in a barracks. I don't think you can make them eat in a specific spot. They'll just go to the tavern. They'll go to whatever the closest tavern is, though, so you could make 2 separate zones that are both attached to the same tavern and put one close to your military training area, and they'd probably all just go eat there. But then other dwarves would also congregate there. I'm not entirely certain. I guess you could make a dining room. So take a table and then assign that as a dining room, and then assign the table to each military dwarf to make sure they'd eat there. That would do it, guaranteed. I think that's probably the only way to guarantee it, but I would just make a second tavern or multiply your tavern. Have 2 rooms for your taverns, but then you'll get other dwarves there too. Until a Western publisher picked it up? Has it been out in China for a bit already, Belliner? Also, that's not a Western publisher, it's Tencent Publishing. I guess it's the Tencent's Western arm. I need to figure out how to unsubscribe from Patreon emails. They get really annoying. Yeah, well, they'd need Western PR, so that makes sense. But yeah, no, Crystal. I will play the games that I want to play, not the styles of games that I don't want to play. And besides, I have a feeling there will be a lot of Dyson Sphere program streams over the next little bit. No, you don't necessarily need them from me. Speaking of streams, apparently, fucking Lethal Frag's playing a game that I like, Nova Drift. It's cool. I mean, that would also make sense as to why it would have a lot of content already, Belliner. I don't know. I really like seeing Chinese games come out over here because they seem to have a different logic in how they do things. It's been really kind of interesting seeing Chinese developers making similar styles of games to the popular indie games. Also, this looks like a game half of the girls in our team would play. I don't know if it's been posted, but... Yeah, the more the merrier. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I need to check out Sands of Salazar. That's a game I need to check out at some point because I actually have it and it has an English translation now. But I've just been like kind of playing weird roguelikes. Yeah, like I don't know if Sands of Salazar necessarily looks good to me, but it looks weird. But I've just been playing puzzle games and roguelikes and other things, so I've been distracted, which is fine. Also, apparently Mad Games Tycoon came out, or Mad Games Tycoon 2 came out. I wonder if that game's gonna be any good. Oh, shit. Yo, check this out, chat. I realize I'm like super duper not paying that much attention to the fortress right now because stuff's just kind of running, but check this. It's a railway simulator that's using Google Maps. Or at least it looks like Google Maps. Or just really detailed maps of cities. Ooh. Oh no. Yeah, it's the real world. Take my money? Here, I'll give you a link. Someone needs to send that shit to Cringer. Oh no. Oh no. That's all I can say to that. Yeah, it's literally just like a fucking map of the world. Just build anywhere. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh fuck. Now I know why I've heard of this developer before. They're the developer that made the Spatials, a game that nobody played. Interesting. Well, they must have done well enough that, like, they're making this. Hope that thing does well for them. The Spatials were weird. Not incredible, but not bad games. It's like Kenshi, but deeper? Interesting. I didn't realize it was... looking at it, it looks less deep than Kenshi. Crow. Like, in what ways do you think it's deeper? Like, in the combat sense of things? Because the combat certainly seems deep. I've played, like, 2 hours of Sands of Salazar off stream. Let's make some more alcohol. There we go. Got plants getting processed now. So I've got all of those pigtails that need to get worked on. Making all this cloth. Also, I love that the current trend in video games is to release a free version of your game that's literally just a demo, but release it as a full game on Steam and call it Prologue. I love that that's the current trend, and here's why it's awful. It's awful because it pushes legitimate games that are trying to get their release time out down in the popularity scale, because obviously free games are going to spike up to the top. So release a free version of your game, that's just a fucking demo. Don't call it a demo and don't attach it to your game as a demo. Just release a prologue for free and watch it rise up the scales and do really well and sell your game on the back of that. I really love that that is the current trend because it's awful. It's so bad for devs. Oh shit, we got a depressed dwarf. Simplex. Lonely after being away from family. Worried after being away from friends. Dwelling upon being kept from alcohol. What? You've been too busy, I guess. Been too busy shearing. Well, that job is done, so you can go back to work. Oh, it's very much cheating the system. It's 100% cheating the system. Because it only costs $100 to put your game on Steam. But its mechanics are simple, whereas I think Sansa Caesar is slightly deeper in combat mechanics. But also, they've only put a little bit of time into Sansa Caesar, so it was just your first impression. Fair enough. Too busy sharing. Yeah, definitely, Ryan. How you doing, Ryan? How's things? How's the fort doing? Fort's doing all right. Today was mostly like kind of day 3 of recovering all of my dwarves back down to calm, collected, relaxed, and not breaking things. We also appointed a new captain of the guard in the form of Authority, who is weak, flimsy, slow to heal, and constantly sick with diseases. And the reason I did that was because I was very tired of having an unbelievably strong, completely, totally, and utterly unbreakable, absolutely inexhaustible captain of the guard that would just one-tap people to the face with their fist and instantly cave their skull into their brain. So now hopefully we'll just get a captain of the guard that when they beat somebody, instead of one-tapping them in the face and insta-gibbing them, they go up to them and just lightly tap them on the cheek and give them a couple bitch slaps and move away. That's what I'm hoping for. What's the hexagon to the left? The hexagon, oh, you mean this thing? This is a tower that goes currently up to here. That's eventually going to go higher, but right now it only goes up to here. Yeah. SOS, what up, my dude? How's things? It's good to see you. Insta-giving is fun to read until I have no dwarves left. It's become a bit of a problem recently. It stopped being fun to read after the 5th time it happened. And dwarves are valuable, so... Anyway, how's my good podcast co-host doing? Yo, did you see that module I sent you a link to? Which is literally just a microphone that then modulates the sounds you make outside of it. It's literally just a microphone input for Eurorax. Literally just a microphone input. So you want to just like scream bloody murder into a microphone and then like contort that sound? You can do that. You want to just take like a frying pan and a hammer and just whack, whack, whack. It's like it's like a wild talk box basically. Interested after completely sublime table. Come on, Dwarf, hang in there. Best way to get what you want in life is to work for it. Sometimes the dwarves in this game just give you profound advice. You know what would be kind of neat is if I knocked down 2 of these walls here and built a little bridge going over that way. You should ask Rhinestone about the terrible grindcore band he was in before. I played bass in a terrible grindcore band. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You should ask Grindstone about the terrible grindcore band he was in. You mangled a bass while standing with other musicians in a band. Speaking of musicians that play instruments, I listen to way too much girl band these days. Girl band is a bunch of Irish dudes that just like, I guess I would describe it as noise rock. They play music, and they play their instruments, but like instead of like, you know, strumming chords and riffs like you normally would on a guitar, right? These guys will just like take the guitar neck and bend it while smacking it and like moving their hand up and down in full bar chords just to make these weird dissonant sounds. It's super fucking cool. I like it a lot. I like that kind of music. It's good shit. Well, it's like someone in the YouTube comments summed that band up pretty well, where they were like, you know, you could just call this noise, which is true. It's definitely loud and noisy. But playing a musical instrument in an unconventional way, in a consistent and musical fashion, is greater talent than many artists ever dream of. Which I kind of agree with. It's like it's really easy to make fun of, but also it's really fucking cool. There we go. Let's do a little bit of a smaller hallway. We had a band drop off a deathcore show, and we had promoters of the show thought it'd be hilarious to book ourselves. Oh, so you guys just had an opportunity to play live and were like, fuck it, and rolled with it? And so you just like played music? I kind of love that. The band Medicine? Medicine? No, I don't think so. You should chuck it into the music section of Discord. I mean, that's why I listen to Lightning Bolt. Why were you angry, Infinity? Angry after getting into an argument. Why did you get into an argument? Don't get into an argument. That's bad. No one happy after argument. No, totally. And it's only an error if it's not intended. If it's intended to sound like that, then it's sounding as the artist intended. Also, spring has arrived. This is third year for today, I think. And immediately, a tribute from Bastija Smack has arrived. Don't think anyone's died. Although someone might have died. Stone, are you around? Extra crematory grind fuckers. I don't really listen to any grind. Actually, that's not totally true. I listen to Cloud Rat. They're kind of grindcore-y. And I listen to some post-punk, which can get kind of grind-esque. I like noise, though. I like noise music a lot. More power violence than grindcore. See, now power violence is one of those genres where you say power violence and I go, what? So, German grindcore, they do a lot of silly covers. See, here's the thing with me and grindcore. I love going to grindcore shows. I've seen Diarrhea Planet like 4 times. I've seen Visceral Disgorge a bunch of times alongside of like Pig Destroyer and bands like that. Or granted, those are more death metal bands than grind. I've seen, what else have I seen that's grind? I've seen a handful of like no-name grindcore bands over the years, but I don't listen to, like, I won't sit down and be like, man, you know what? I really want to listen to some grindcore. I don't do that. I'll listen to black metal. I'll listen to death metal. I'll listen to post-hardcore. I'll listen to like any style of metal. I'll just sit down and listen to that shit. But grind, it's just not for me. Not for me. I need a little bit more than just grind. But no, I mean, recently I've just been way into like a lot of minimal electronic music and ambient shit and noise. Like I've been listening to a lot of Boards of Canada and Aphex Twin, Square Pusher, and then on the noise front, I've been listening to a lot of Soviet France, Muslim Gods, Merzbow, Braille. I've been listening to U4K. What else have I been listening to? I'll listen to Nails and Maguda Grind. I'll listen to Nails. But yeah, no, actually, I've been listening to Thou. I don't know what I would describe Thou as, though. They're more black metal. Or like sludge, even. It's like they're like black metal vocals with sludge backing. You've been listening to Aphex Twin for a while now? Yeah. Emo Violence sounds like a band name. Oh, I've been listening to a lot of Boy Harsher again. I come and go on Boy Harsher, but I was going to play a Boy Harsher record last night when I was doing the Discord stream, but instead of playing that, I played Presidents of the United States of America because it fit the theme of what I had been playing. I was like, I don't know if I want to like totally whiplash people with like drone electronics. So instead, I'm just gonna throw on some fucking Presidents of the United States because we've been listening to punk all evening. Fair, Ryan. Been watching Simon and Magpie and Red's Means recording on YouTube. They really fascinate you. I just hope that I'm able to figure out a way to afford enough of a Eurorack setup that I could do interesting streams with it. I really, really hope I can pull that off. I've been doing so much research about Eurorack modules, it's not even funny. It's not even funny, chat. And there's a shop in Vancouver that sells Eurorack modules and full synthesizers and all of that good stuff. When you used to watch Dead My Stream, how much his setup would cost? Because it's absolutely massive. Well, modules are like anywhere from $70 for the really little ones, all the way up to like I think the most expensive module I've stumbled across in my research was $2,500 for just like a box about that big. So how much is his setup costs? His live setup, which has been cloned from photos, is about 10 grand for his live setup. So for the setup that he uses while he's live is about 10 grand. What do I want to sell these elves? You know, I'm just gonna cheat. Repair food pots. The stuff you use in the studio is gonna be different. More options in the studio, right? So like your live setup's just gonna be a minimal setup. But like, I'm gonna have like almost nothing, and my setup's probably gonna end up costing about $1,300 to about $2,000, unless someone wants to just chuck me 10 grand to build a huge setup. But I don't know. There's a small part of me that's like, what if I just like did a GoFundMe, help me pay for a synthesizer? But I feel like that would also be like kind of shitty. So. Have you listened to Soviet France? Actually, you know what's a weird electronic group that I like? Here. I'm just going to link it because it's hard as fuck to find. Paranoid Android, but you might like these guys. Or this guy, rather. I describe Vessel as like, what if machines became sentient and wrote a symphony? So it's like, if machines became sentient and wrote music. He also recently put out another album, a very long EP, which is like a full-length album length, but it's an EP because it's only like 4 tracks or something. But it's like 40 minutes long. Of like, it's like all of a sudden Vessel just got way into like Mongolian throat singing and just wrote like a whole track of throat singing, and it's fucking slaps. Even though like most of it's like weird spoken word stuff, it's strangely out there. But like out there even for him. Yeah, listen to Vessel. Vessel's fucking incredible. Also, his album before Punish Honey, before the one that I linked there, Punish Honey is like, my favorite description was my moderator Stoned Hobo, who described it as, this sounds like a fire truck orgy. Or like a fire truck transformer orgy is what it sounds. Which is, it's not wrong. But then again, I showed my dad Holy Fuck, and I showed him Bird Brains, their EP. And my dad described Holy Fuck's Bird Brains as a semi-truck farting. So I don't know what's worse, a fire truck orgy or a semi-truck farting. In the early autumn of 27, the Staney Hall formed in Longdeath. The Staney Hall is one of my... Which one's the Staney Hall? My Crafts Guild. The year of 27, my Crafts Guild was formed. Thanks for reminding me, game. We're now in the year 139. Jesus, we're almost at year 135. We're like powering through time again. We've done like 15 years this week. It's been good. Excuse me. I have I have real bad hiccups right now for whatever reason. I'm just trying to like hold them back. Investments are open, by the way, if you want to invest your tickets. Also, side thought, I feel like shit. I don't know what's wrong with me today, but pain's real bad today. But yeah, I think biggest thing that happened today is that we appointed a new captain of the guard. And Goldpoke has gone and become a stonecrafter. Fucking another one of them. Even though you were a weaponsmith for a while there. It's the reason all my dwarves go and become stonecrafters is because I just go watch stonecrafting demonstrations all the time. It's so satisfying having a really depressed dwarf and then fixing them. Man, Nervicious, you're such a happy dwarf. 85 years old. Also, rip everybody who invested and didn't get paid. By that, I mean me and Bastet. The only people who invested. Ponder probing. Ponder values. I haven't written any books in a while, though. I should really put some new dwarves in there. Oh, well, indeed, yeah. I mean, it comes with the territory. Make Black Hole into a scholar. I'd like to see what you go do. Because Black Hole really liked reading. Means you'll probably go to the library now. Or no? I don't know. Maybe you're going to go pray. Read True Ignorance. Let's see what Free thinks of True Ignorance.
I appreciate what you do for the DF community. If not for you, the little DF content on Twitch would be shameful.
I don't know. I think you need to give the other people who stream Dwarf Fortress a little bit more credit. I mean, like, Cupo's been doing work in this directory for like 5 years now. Admittedly, he's not the most consistent. He doesn't stream that long, but like, there's a lot of other good people in the DF community. And like, I mean, Nukerim doesn't stream DF enough. He should stream DF more. But there is. In fact, I would say this is probably one of the more boring DF streams because I'm just staring at Longdeath as stuff happens. But thanks for supporting whatever this is, and I'm glad that you enjoy it. Oh, also, had a back and forth with the developer on Twitter of Wayward about UX. Let's make 50 iron book bindings. Jack, can I get a proper round of beers for caffeine coming back for a second month? Thank you for the second month, man. It's good to have you back. For another month of whatever the heck this stream is. Sometimes I feel like I know what it is, and sometimes I really don't. I'm still just weirded out by how kind of famous I am within the DF community now. It happened way quicker than I was expecting. But then again, you never really expect that shit. High quality? Man, if I could actually make content that was as high quality as my head thinks it should be. Streaming for more than half a decade, I'll have you know. To be fair, I've only been streaming Dwarf Fortress for about 2 years. There, now you're practicing a craft again, so you can stop whining about being frustrated about not being able to practice a craft. Alrighty, Diamond. You have a good night. We will see you when we see you. You remember watching me play RimWorld when you were in college like 3-4 years ago? One of my favorite comments, I think, was Soaps. Dr. Soaps. If you've ever seen Dr. Soaps in the channel, he had one of the more interesting comments, which was, when I first saw your stream, you were playing Roller Coaster Tycoon for about an hour a day, 7 days a week, which is true. I streamed for about an hour to an hour and a half a day, 7 days a week, at a random time of day, and you would talk about metal. And you did this back in 2015 when I was just starting med school. Now I'm a heart surgeon. That is one of the best comments I've ever had. just like, back when I was starting med school, when you started streaming, way back when, now I'm a heart surgeon. It's like, what am I doing with my fucking life? Oh! Don't waste your life, kids. Don't have regrets. I'm not saying I have regrets, but I'm not saying I don't have regrets. I'm just saying that, what am I fucking doing with my life? It's just like, Twitch is such a weird world because there's so many channels that are just like huge beyond imaginable numbers. No regrets? No ragrats, yes, no ragrats. There's so many channels that are just huge beyond imaginable numbers. Like I can't comprehend the size of so many channels on Twitch. And yet at the same time, you got disconnected at some point. Chat got real quiet for a moment there, so seemed like it, yeah. Also, my view count dropped down to 3 on my end, and now it's back up to 76. I was at like 81 and then went down to 3, and now it's at 76, so something broke, but... Well, here's the thing, Infinity. I stream and continue to do this for a living, even though it's not the greatest source of income and not the greatest, like, survivability future thing. I stream full time because every single day I get to make about 1,000 people's day a little bit better. Even if you only watch me for 3 minutes. On average, about 1,000 unique accounts stop by this stream and watch for an average of an hour every day. Not many people get to say that. And, you know, I make enough money to pay my bills and have a little bit left over for hobbies and a little bit left over to put into savings. So I'm not going bankrupt, I'm not in debt, and I'm surviving. And I'm here and able to do this. And not a lot of people get to state that. That's why I keep doing this full time, because I get to do that. That's really cool. I mean, touch streak, what I would say counts is being able to financially afford to keep doing it. That's what counts. Once you're able to financially afford to keep doing what you're doing, everything else is a bonus.
Yeet.
To be in the no, not an hour total, an hour per stream. But the average account that tunes into my stream watches for a minimum of about an hour, and about 1,000 unique people tune into each stream. I mean, it varies. Sometimes it goes up to 1,500. Sometimes it's down to about 700. And sometimes the average view count, if I stream for a lot longer, then the average will go up.
Cheese for everyone!
Nothing that detailed, but I get averages. So I get the number of accounts that tuned in and the average view time. Like, I could tell you from yesterday. What was yesterday? Yesterday, 660 unique people tuned in, which was pretty low. We had an average view count of 57 over the entire stream, which was also kind of low for me. We had 900, we streamed for 9 hours and 22 minutes. 76 unique people spoke in the chat. The total number of views we had was 988, which is, so 660 people tuned in. And where's the average view time? Why am I not seeing average view time? Oh, and the average view time was 2 hours and 20 minutes. There you go. For today, I've streamed for 6 hours and 36 minutes. We've had an average of 96 people watching, a maximum viewers of 191. We've had 667 unique people tune in so far. 90 unique people have spoken in the chat. 938 total views have happened, and an average view time of 3 hours and 21 minutes. Probably because of the raid from FG bumped up the average view time, because there's probably a lot of people that were sleeping in FG's channel. I mean, it's people who fall asleep that bump up the view time. It's people that shut leave the stream up and go to bed that bump that up. Although, if you want to see some wild Twitch stats, I'll give you the site for some wild Twitch stats. There's wild Twitch stats if you want some wild Twitch stats. I have no idea where that P and E came from. I use that site every day. I should probably give the developers some money on Patreon or something, because I use that site all the damn time. Insert wild Twitch stats? That would totally be possible. I mean, I streamed 1,231 hours and 30 minutes of Dwarf Fortress in the last year. There's a wild Twitch stat. I streamed 128 hours of Caves of Cud, 133 hours of Jupiter Hell, and somehow managed to do 254 hours of just chatting. Apparently in the last 365 days, I've streamed 115 hours of RimWorld too. We need to not do that this year. In the last 90 days, I've streamed 315 hours of Dwarf Fort, 30 hours of Caves of Cud, 32 hours of, 58 hours and 30 minutes of Caves of Cud, 32 hours of Jupiter Hell, 30 hours of Minesweeper, 19 hours of Creeper World, Brogue for 17 hours. And it gets very small after that. I can't read it. 45,234 hours have been watched of this channel in the last 90 days. Some fun stats. Oh, dude, Sully No makes Social Blade look like shit. Because Social Blade is shit. It's so bad. I use Social Blade if I want like quick, easy, clear numbers in a few seconds. That's about the only actual use for that piece of software. What happened on February 3rd? I was on the front page of Twitch. 2020. I was on the front page of Twitch. Because I was supposed to be on the front page of Twitch in November of the previous year, November 2019, but they fucked up and didn't put me on the front page of Twitch. So instead, they gave me a bonus day. 2 bonus days, actually, where I was on the front page. That's why I got like, what, 200,000 views or like 150,000 views in 2 days and other wild shit. Although the front page is basically just view boosting. Like it doesn't actually give you that much traffic. Like, is there anybody here who found my channel for the first time on the front page of Twitch that's still here right now? I'd be willing to bet you almost $1 that no one who's watching right now found me because of the front page of Twitch. Because the front page of Twitch is terrible. November 26th this year, I was on front page of Twitch. But it was not locked front page, and it was at weird off hours, so it wasn't actually that helpful. Bumped me up by like 50 viewers. And you're still here, Freskins. We just like duct taped you to the wall. I mean, nobody in their right mind should. The front page of Twitch is a hot mess half the time. You want loud, sudden DJing music in your ears? Last year, okay? Fucking sorry, hobo. Give me until like mid-February to remember it's not 2020 anymore, right? Gosh. You are right, though. November's not happened this year yet, okay? I don't generally cue into the fact that it's 20 or the next year until about tax season. Once I've paid taxes, at that point I clue into the fact that it's no longer the previous year. By the recommended channels algorithm, I am so sorry, Anthroposmus. I am so sorry that you've been cursed with my voice and this channel and my selloutness to Discord. It makes your coffee taste better. That's not true. But brewing coffee well makes it taste better. You okay there, Dwarf? You'll be fine. You'll be able to forgive me in time. Thank you. You just tune into the stream when it starts? Yeah, I mean, why would you need to? You don't like linking Reddit, but what's wrong with Reddit? Most damaging Karek in history. $216,000 D6s. You know, that reminds me of that car accident where a car went into the side of a Budweiser truck and it flipped over on an overpass and just dumped Budweiser everywhere, and it just had the caption, "And nothing of value was lost." Why am I holding the mug like that? So you can see the Discord partner logo. I don't know. I'm trying to ironically shout out Discord. If you... The DF game directory is your landing page. Sometimes you watch me play other games. Why not? A large truck carrying only water? Yeah. Well, water's more valuable than Budweiser. It quenches your thirst. And is a refreshing beverage. A human caravan has arrived. Okay, fine. Are you happy now, Cooler? Royal treasure has arrived. And they make you so mad that their beer costs as much as imported crap and doesn't even taste as good. Doesn't even taste. At like 3 a.m. and it's just the bot. Hey, at least we just have the bot. At some point, if I ever have a ton of people watching me, I'm just going to raid the bot. Just like drop 1,000 people on the bot. Just be like, here you go, bot. I really hope that the bot upgrades to the Steam version when the Steam version comes out. Or at least the itch.io version. So it has graphics. Because then I think it would actually get more viewers. Because the bot's cool. Just nobody watches it. Brought it to a party a few days later, still has 5 bottles untouched the next morning. Yeah, because Budweiser's terrible. Bot makes partner. I mean, I don't even think it's an affiliate because I don't think the person wants to make any money from it. Although, what the person who's running it should do is give it a sub button and then just like have the disclaimer that all revenue will be donated to Bay 12. Say Sid, or whatever it's called. It's the 24/7 Dwarf Fortress, or Dwarf Fortress plays itself bot, and you can watch if you want. Yeah, me too. I would rather be sober than drink Budweiser. But then again, I feel the same way about Guinness, so, or at least the Guinness we have here, not real Guinness, because we don't get real Guinness out here. Partners. My reaction whenever Cooler clips something. That's my reaction whenever Cooler clips something. It's like, oh no, what have I done? I've made a grave mistake. I am kind of a beer snob, but the depressants in alcohol have started to affect me to a point where I basically can't drink alone anymore. So I'm just a sober beer snob instead of a beer snob. Now I just smoke weed. because I live in Canada. And it's legal here, which I have to state. Why? I love that this dwarf is just like singing while running over here. My mayor is just like actively singing. Unless you're carrying a ladle. I'm assuming you're singing. Nope, you're literally just like running and singing. I'm a beer snob, yes. Yeah, no, me drinking these days is like, I drink and then the next day, or like by the end of the day, I'm like on the ground rocking back and forth, muttering about how I need to kill myself. That's usually about how my day ends when I drink now. And it's like, well, probably shouldn't do that when I live alone. So I just kind of don't drink anymore. You definitely do not partake, no sir. Yeah, it's very illegal in Germany, isn't it? Although, to be fair, it was very illegal here like 10 years ago, so. I bet on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, please. Yeah, here it's just recreationally legal. I can, like, put in an order on a website, and then a person just shows up in a car and just hands me a box with my stuff in it, which is nice. But I am a big fan of sours. I also really like IPAs. Dark beers are fantastic in the winter. Light beers like IPAs and pale ales are nice in the summer, or like colored, not light in texture or flavor. I like a lot of sours just kind of year round. Yeah. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. And trading is done, more or less. I just gotta actually do the trading bit now. This song's called The Creek. It's a pretty epic creek. And home delivery. I can... Yeah, it's actually silly, the shit that I can get delivered. I can buy magic mushrooms, which I don't, because for health reasons I shouldn't do that. But I can buy magic mushrooms and weed and have them delivered within 2 hours. Simply by placing an order. There's a hen! That's what I needed. Hen and a duck. Also, there's a dog there, which you should bring out.
Bring out your dead!
So it's legal to grow your own. The legality around it is weird, but the short story is in small amounts. Yes. There was, up until the COVID pandemic happened, there was a shop in downtown where you could just go and buy mushrooms. It was basically like a pinball lounge. They had just a bunch of pinball tables and arcade machines and like a foosball table and a bunch of other shit. And you could just buy mushrooms and hang out there. But in TLDR, in small amounts, and like you're not allowed to. So you're not allowed to grow them and then sell them. But if you have them, you can sell them. Does that make sense? So like if I grow mushrooms, I can't legally go to my friend and sell them to him. But if I grow mushrooms, give them to my friend, he can sell them? TLDR, yes. But no? But also yes? They only get illegal when you harvest them?
I know this.
So just harvest them when you need them. Problem solved. Is illegal possession? Yeah, I mean, it's the same here. In Sweden, they grow in the wild. Yeah, but I don't know if I'd trust eating anything in the wild. All right, let's just go quickly forbid those hen eggs. So that hen that immediately grew eggs. Let's make 5 electrum nest boxes. So that chicken that just laid 11 eggs, we can have 11 baby eggs. Or at least that's how it is in Florida. I don't know all of the specifics, but I know it's legal to grow them. It's just not legal to grow them and then sell them. You can grow them and pick them yourself totally fine. Like, if you have your own growing kit, it's perfectly legal to have them, grow them, pick them, do whatever you want with them. But you can't sell them. But if you have them, you can sell them. Damn. Twitch, please don't ban me. That's all I have to say. I'm just a hippie playing Dwarf Fortress. Don't mind me. Well, tech hippie playing Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, exactly. Infinity. Exactly. You've been doing it since you were a kid? We have some mushrooms here that are visually identical to poisonous variants, which is very unnerving. So I would not pick and eat mushrooms of my own accord. I would want to talk to somebody who knew what they were doing first. I wonder. Okay. I was wondering if I like unassigned that bed and then reassigned it, what would happen to the clothing in there? But it just stays under his possession. We'll see you later, Paranoid Android. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. Gute Nacht, indeed. Bum bum ba ba bum bum ba ba bum 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 bum. Sure, we'll just do copper bars. I got tons of copper. Just grow randomly on some dead stumps? What kind of mushrooms, if I can ask? I had some very, very, very poisonous mushrooms growing in my garden, which was interesting. I let them grow and do their thing, but I'm not gonna eat them. Those are ones that'll kill you. It was funny. I took a picture of them and posted it on Discord when they were growing in my garden, and immediately someone was just like, "So you gonna eat them?" And then right after that, I think it was Cyclone responded with, "Do not the mushrooms." I'm like, yes. Do not the mushrooms, indeed. Definitely do not those mushrooms. Really? Mushrooms aren't your thing? Man, I love mushrooms. I actually have a grow kit for oyster mushrooms, but I'm waiting a little bit before I use them. Which my mom gave me for Christmas. It just requires some setup to actually use it. But oyster mushrooms are just like the shit you buy at a grocery store. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Aw, Infinity, stop being so depressed. So don't just eat them? Yeah, no, totally. No, I would never eat random unidentified mushroom. That's like eating random, or that's like shooting down random unidentified flying object. It might be your friend that you just haven't, like, figured out what it is yet. Just because you don't know what it is doesn't mean you shouldn't. Trust it. I'm also well aware that I'm not exactly a mycologist, so random unidentified mushrooms are by default scary. All right, well, I need some doors. But today, major event that happened was we got a new captain of the guard. We did some clothes making, some cloth making. I set up a second kind of backup farm indoors with our livestock underground instead of above ground. We, of course, still have our above ground livestock. We made a lot of yarn from the sheep. I bought a horse. We did some construction work, not a ton, just a little bit. We kind of got this set up a little bit more so that it's a little bit more secured, although there's one, this tree is kind of being annoyingly close, so I'll get rid of that one. But yeah, we did some good construction work and expanded on a few things, and we're going to continue doing that without pissing the elves off. And making some Electron nest boxes and getting everything set up. You're going to dip out and AFK for a while? Let's catch you next stream. Alrighty, Crow. I mean, we're about to switch games, so there's that. Back after quick sleep. I was just kind of doing a quick overview of what happened today. Currently, we are on the year 139, which means we are 140 years old. I don't know when you left, but we appointed a new captain of the guard, and aside from that, it's just been pretty much crafting and hanging out. You know, it's been a pretty chill day. Nothing super wild has happened. Yeah, nothing super wild. So, that's our current status. I think it's time to save Longdeath. Till next time. So, I don't know what that means. You mean the COVID? Because that's not good. But anyway, so we're going to switch games now. I think we're going to play some Rift Wizard. We're going to play some more Rift Wizard, because Rift Wizard just pulled another patch yesterday, I think. Was it yesterday? Hold on, let me actually double check that. Unless I misread that. Yeah, okay, so they put out their roadmap update. Yeah, so there's a few small changes that came out yesterday, so we're gonna play Rift Wizard. That's what we're gonna do. So if you're not here for like into the roguelike stuff and you're piecing out now, and you don't want to watch me be a wizard, that's fully understandable. But I don't know why you wouldn't want to watch a wizard. I would recommend you check out Useroon, who's playing some DF. Also, the Scoundrel M is live. who's also fantastic, and Pythania, who's also live, who's doing some doodles about DF. So if you want more DF-related stuff, there's plenty of other people playing DF-related things, but we're going to go play Rift Wizard for the remainder of the stream. Which is a chill little roguelike. Well, I hope that you enjoy your 2 weeks of being locked indoors and do your best.